it's a capitalist system, that I think can be broader and more, accessibly used by everybody by thinking of it more as a norm rather than an exception that people act entrepreneurially. And you would want to have capital, and you'd want to have entities decentralized.
Number 5.
Decentralized autonomous organizations, for-profits, non-profits, whatever kind of organizations human beings can now create in the 21st century.
I want to just say that Vesper, nice try. So what I asked you, and I'll get back to you, Daniel. I'm not getting away from that. I just want to call out the retard in the chat. So these companies that he's referenced. My question to him was, name a company that took on no subsidies, received no bailouts, and didn't have regulatory favor with regulatory agencies appointed by the government, which, by the way, these regulatory agencies are populated by lawyers that formerly worked for these companies, and so it's a very corrupt system. The fact that you're anti-corporatism, Vesper, and you don't know these things, it's crazy to me. But I want to quickly just ask you, Vesper, are you confident? Scale from 1 to 10, 1 being not confident at all, 10 being the most confident, that the companies that you listed in your Google search to make your argument, are you confident that they didn't receive any funds from the government? Because if you're confident of that, I'm going to end up damaging your confidence. But if you're not confident, there could be a learning here, and so I'm just kind of curious how you want me to approach this.
So I think where you're going with that is those companies are not exempt from free markets. They were supported by the government.
Well, the question was for Vesper, and he can't type fast enough in ChatGPT to get a response to me. So I will deal with you then, Daniel. Yeah, those are not examples of laissez-faire capitalism. They're clear examples. Any company that takes a monopolistic position in the U.S. always has the government's hand in it. And that's something that the Vespers of the world and myself should be able to agree on. He sees that there's a problem with monopolies. I see that there's a problem with monopolies that were aided by the government, which, by the way, that's 100% of the monopolies. And to Lou's point, Lou had said, and I'm glad that he said it, that monopolies aren't inherently bad. If you show me one that became a monopoly organically through free market by providing the best product at the best price and the consumers want it, fuck yeah, let's jump all over that. I have no problem with that.
But Roger, isn't there the other side of that you could say because the government is so fucking way too involved? At some point, they were actually making it more difficult for businesses and kind of fucking them over, at least early on. And then we got to a point where now, they're large corporations. If the government, in doing what it does, it makes barriers to entry even worse. With I can't get my head to see it just through this very simplistic. It's okay, the government.
I actually think you're seeing. I think you
agree with that.
And Lou, I think you're seeing some of it. I think you're just not connecting the dots for yourself. You're seeing the fact. You're seeing the fact that when the government helps a corporation, they're impeding on the free market. When you help a large corporation, you're like, Vespers, I'm just going to move you, okay? Because you don't know how to stay on mute. It's fucking weird. So, Lou, if you help a corporation, right, you're by default you're being punitive to the competitors in that space. So when you protect one company, you're harming other companies. Okay? And hold on, yeah. But the other side of that argument, which you brought up, is that if you were regulating a company and you were putting strict regulations on them, you're harming that large corporation. So the thing that you want to be able to do is make sure that the market can be able to compete. The marketplace of ideas. If the government can decide who the winners and the losers are. Companies don't have to win over consumers. They only have to buy off politicians. And so you got to be really careful with the system that you want to design. If the incentive structure is, I only need to build a company that gains favor of this particular politician or that particular political party, then I don't have to do anything right for my employees, for my stakeholders, or for the customers. It's banana.
Yeah, they do come up like this. Like you have to build an extremely large company to be like in favor with a politician. But this is the thing that I want to say.
Wait, Lou, you're wrong. You don't have to build a successful company at all. You don't have to build a profitable company. You only have to have collusion with the government. Do you remember Solyndra under Obama? Do you remember all the money that went into funding the company that did nothing?
Without a doubt, there's definitely cases like that. A lot of government contracts. For sure. I'm saying more like broad, like just like in general on the market, not specifically government contracts. But like I do think that's like these they become corporations not because when they become corporations they're not necessarily competing as much for the consumer and offering the best product again. But I mean they were 99% of them, like they were the most efficient and effective, which is what allowed them to ultimately get as big as they got. And then yes, it fluffs out. The government gets involved, and now they basically regulatory.
Can I ask you a question? What is 666 times 1,000?
So yeah, I do think the 666,000 so target question.
You shouldn't think like that.
You'd be surprised how many people get into that. I know. Yeah.
Listen, we're getting a lot of heart emojis.
Math, it's words at that point.
We're getting a lot of heart emojis from that question. But Lou just tickles. I just gotta ask one more question. If you were the president or the king of America, what would you do for your
No idea. I would never want to.
America does not have kings.
Roger, I mean, you are arguing with a guy, Lou Tickles, who says that
It's logisticals.
that definitively aliens exist.
I wouldn't make no one pay for Sunday.
You think there's no other life in the universe? Are you the atheist?
Within the 6 points, no, not an atheist.
This is the
200 billion stars, 2 trillion galaxies, 4 octillion stars, 1 billion 6 planets, 6.4 octillion planets. Yeah, there's probably life.
Okay, yeah.
Your mom
So I just said
Yeah, it's fine.
basically, it's a guarantee, effectively.
Are you a guarantee that they live here?
Well, that's a separate fight.
But if we all acknowledge, I would imagine that we're all intelligent enough to acknowledge that the likelihood of life on other planets is almost guaranteed. It's a mathematical certainty.
I mean, fold space-time, wormholes, 300,000 meters per second. I mean, you'd have to be one of the two.
You won't, I'm as intelligent as you can find average people, and that's understanding myself, but I'm just neutral. I'm neutral on this whole thing.
Yeah. Hold on. I want to ask. I want to pass the mic around a little bit. Abdul had a question. I don't know what it was. He asked if he could ask it. Let's get his question. Abdul, what do you got?
Yes, hey, how you doing? Well, I really like everything that you said. I'm actually an accounting student. I'm about to graduate with a minor in economy. We faced some issues when we were studying about economy. We saw that the freedom of the emerging market is decreasing badly because they actually looking at other markets in other countries and they seeing that state capitalism is some kind of way working out in other countries. My question is, the reason why I'm asking that is Trump kind of introduced the idea of the U.S. government investing in the stock market. I know it might create a chaos, but I do want to hear what you think of that.
I want a complete separation from the state and the market. the same way that atheists want a separation of church and state.
That's a good answer.
But my question is, how would you solve the issue of the debt and the debt issue of $37 trillion?
Well, the first thing you got to do is stop borrowing, and the second thing you have to do is stop spending. We collect $5 trillion a year in taxes, and we spend $7 trillion. We need to pass a balanced budget amendment. That's first and foremost. We need to stop spending money that we don't fucking have. $37 trillion is the debt that is owed. And as John Kitover can tell you, who's running for Congress, there's $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. So paying off the debt, I don't think that's going to happen. If we start thinking about how to solve this problem, we just need to directionally improve, because if we continue this snowball effect, we're going to get to the point where right now the third largest line item in our budget is the interest on the debt. As we continue to spend ourselves into this hole of $2 trillion of additional debt every year, the interest on the debt is going to become so big that the interest will be the largest line item, which will mean that we won't be able to spend money on the things that we need to spend money on. And so I don't think we're going to solve this problem. I think at some point we're probably just going to give a middle finger to corporations, to people, and certainly foreign governments, and just say, hey, we don't have the bread. I think that's probably what's going to happen, because if you think about this mathematically, and I know there's not a lot of math majors on this stage, but 37 trillion, even if you factored away the interest, right? If you had a $1 trillion surplus for 37 years, right? For 37 years, that takes you 37 years to pay that off. But when you factor in interest and the fact that we haven't slowed down the debt, it's virtually impossible. I cannot fucking imagine a world in which we pay this off unless AI takes over to the point where we become so fucking efficient that we're able to pay these things off in unimaginable ways. The other way would be, and this is probably even less likely, if we were to harness a comet and we were to draw the materials from it. We were to get rare materials, and if we were to harness it and we were to take advantage of that, although the problem with that is that if you introduce more of these substances, the value of it is going to decrease. So I don't know how you're going to fix this problem. I'd love to understand, for somebody that's studying this stuff today, how you would propose to solve this. All I could say is that we had a poll the other day, how many zeros is in 37 trillion? And a lot of people got that wrong. The answer to that is that there's 12 zeros in 37 trillion.
There's 2,000 years of natural gas on the moon and Titan. We can do that.
Yeah, so you would have an issue with us, like quadrillioning, like gold or something. Like, I mean, I know I would have an issue with it, but I'm surprised you would, Roger.
So, Roger, I actually do have a solution.
Oh, let's hear it. Hold on. John Kitover, please take notes. You're running for Congress. We need these ideas.
John here?
Yeah, John Kitover's running for Congress, and he's right here. He's listening. Yeah.
That's you, John. Okay. John, if you end up looking at this and you agree, you are going to benefit from a lot of super PAC money that's going to go to exactly this plan, which is to look at an entire bucket that's all along the heart and soul of what you're talking about transactions. A perfect example, when you brought up what happens with drug dealers and everything else, is to have everything on transactions, but there's an issue. That there's a monetary economy that has a number attached to it that you're not measuring in everything that you're looking about where the money comes from. This monetary economy couldn't even be measured before 1989. And it is massively larger than the real economy, where we measure GDP and do all that stuff and pay our taxes in. The real economy we live within every day, where we're all overtaxed. And we have a monetary economy that's grown massively, and it's so fucking large that if you put a tiny, tiny transaction tax on it, you can get rid of virtually all the taxes in the real economy. do exactly what you're talking about. The only thing that's missing, the only thing that's different, is that the bucket is much, much bigger over there. The monetary economy is untaxed. And when you figure that out, and you figure out a tiny tax attached to it, this is what some individuals who put together the idea to do this that we found and spent 100 hours of research on it, by the way. So we're either stupid and drunk Kool-Aid or we actually know what we're doing. And we're going to raise a super PAC on this very idea of how to end the debt in 8 years by taxing the monetary economy. Something that most people have never heard of, have no idea of. They also don't know
Forex.
It does include Forex. It does include mortgage-backed securities. It does involve stocks. It does involve all the transactional monetary economy that makes the world economy work. And no matter what happens with tariffs, you notice that's where the modulating fact comes from now is in the markets, no matter how much they try to regulate it. And I do think they do have to be fair markets and some basic minimum regulation. It should be clear what the fuck it is. But this is a big fucking hole that Scott Andrew Smith, who's the author of this plan, came up with. And reached out to me a couple of years ago, and I started to pay attention to it. And it's 270 times larger than the real economy of the GDP. On some days on foreign exchange, for example, and there's lots of other kinds that we can look at, on some single days on the foreign exchange markets, there's as much passed, sometimes more than 7 trillion in a single day. When we talk about 38 trillion or whatever, 7 trillion in a single day. And that's more than the entire New York Stock Exchange and entire year's transactional value. Like, we've invented all these ways to move money in so many different kinds of weird packages and letting all these, things benefit from it. But the systems that it's riding on are getting the fucking free ride. It's not poor people are lazy. I mean, we would disagree on that, Roger, and I don't think tax reform gives them more incentive, but we don't have to agree on that. If we agree on fairness about who's getting a free ride, the monetary economy is getting a free ride on the old world real economy. That's what I think needs to be rebalanced. And if it does turn out to be feasible, fiscally feasible, to actually tax that economy and lower taxes for everything else, you might have a fucking solution.
Yeah, I'm going to pause you right there. I know John's probably going to want to respond to that, but I want to say something to Vesper, probably the dumbest person that's in this room. He said, well-governed mixed market systems are best able to pay down national debts. So we have a mixed market system currently, and we have $37 trillion worth of debt. So Vesper, the utilitarian Gnostic atheist, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, respectfully. But if John wants to respond to Daniel, now's a good time.
So Daniel, I mean, you believe in an infinite bubble, because a couple of days ago you told me that you believe that people should be able to request however much money as they want. It's set to an expiration, and the people who receive that money in the transaction, let's say a car dealership, it won't expire for them, but it'll expire for the people who made the unlimited request for that money. I mean, that is your economic solution. Correct? Am I wrong in what you said?
You are wrong when it comes to ending the U.S. debt. These are two entirely different things. That's an experimental in the lab project of how to create universal income without government or taxes. So we're mixing apples and oranges. That's a fantastic idea or not. But what I'm talking about is fiscally being responsible in the fact that there's a gap, there's a hole. Mr. Future Congressman, I hope you are, no matter what your positions are to understand this, there is a monetary economy and a real economy. The monetary economy has zero tax on it, and it's 270 times larger. That's a gap. That's all I'm saying.
So you're basically, I don't want to say basically, maybe are we talking about just literally tax transaction, just a transaction purely like Forex? Like you're saying that should be like
Forex is everything in the monetary economy. It's much larger than most people realize, and a tiny tax because it's so much larger, and you'd be able to get rid of all of income tax for sure. That would just be extraneous at that point, totally. Okay, I've done the math on this. Like I'm not talking to my ass. Like we spent a lot of time researching. I do due diligence on companies for a living generally, so we know what we're doing here financially. And the numbers show
what companies do you work for, by the way? What What do you guys do there?
Well, hold on. Let him finish, and then we can ask some questions. Daniel, no, it's fine.
It's fine.
Hold on. Okay. All right. You know what? It's time. It's that time again. Everyone stay on mute, please. Everyone stay on mute.
Oh my God.
I'm going to read the rules of the room. So, no threats of violence.
Mental breakdown.
Well, hold on. If that guy interrupts again, I'm not only going to remove him, I'm going to block him, and then I'll write a letter to Joe in community and have him blocked from every room. Let's see.
I talked to Joe earlier, and he was telling me about you. He's sick of you writing letters from, dude. Quit writing letters at Joe, dude.
Yeah, okay, got it. This guy, I'm going to write a letter to him right now, but I'm going to write the letter while you're in the audience. But because of you, the whole room has to suffer. This is actually a very effective way to get people to conform. So we want to talk about the rules here because of the interruption. So rule number 1, no threat to violence. Number 2, no doxing. Number 3, stay on topic. Number 4, I hope everybody listens to this one. Keep your shares brief. Number 5, this is another one that you're going to want to listen very carefully. Do not interrupt speakers, especially the mods. Number 6, mods may interject when appropriate, like I'm doing right now. Number 7, the N-word is forbidden on stage and in the chat. This is probably only going to be a problem for Lou. The rest of you are probably going to be good. Number 8, don't spam the chat. Number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. And number 10, English only. I think that one's self-explanatory because I only speak English and I wouldn't be able to monitor the chat or be able to do proper moderation if I don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. So I'm going to go ahead and, did somebody want to interrupt me? Who's that? Oh, all right. So let's go to Daniel to finish up with what you're saying, and then we'll pass the mic around. Thank you.
Just simple. I just want to get a discussion out there that there's this gap. There's something called the monetary economy. We can define it. It's not taxed. It's missing a big gap of what could be totally honest, sincere, fair revenue with not much of a burden, and it would clear up a lot of other burdens. I think it's worth an experiment.
All right. Let's take a quick little opportunity. Vesper, can you explain to the room what a utilitarian Gnostic atheist is?
Why are you hung up on that exactly?
Because it's a stupid term, and I want to hear you explain it in a way that would make it think that you're less stupid. Go ahead.
Like, what does that have to do with politics?
That's a good question.
Economics?
It's good. Well, you don't understand economics, so I think this pivot might actually serve you well. So why not an agnostic atheist? Why do you want to take the position that God doesn't exist?
Because I know that. I'm not going to pretend like I don't know that.
Oh, okay. So you know that your position is God doesn't exist. So when you make that claim, the burden of proof is on you. Go ahead, tell the room your proof.
Supernaturalism itself presents a logical contradiction, which means it cannot exist. Nothing supernatural can exist.
So something coming from nothing would be supernatural, but never.
That might be an example.
Where do you define supernatural? Hey, Vesper, before you can definitively state that God doesn't exist, you think you could just simply solve for Pauline's conjecture, the Riemann hypothesis? Could you do those two things real quick? It'd be real simple. Since you're the all-knowing being, Pauline's conjecture, the Riemann hypothesis, or Rodman, whatever you want to pronounce it. I think that's where you're from.
Why do I need to know all things in order to know some things?
I'm just wondering. You can't solve for that. You could definitively not doesn't exist.
But you're effectively explaining where all things didn't come from. what's the right way to say it? The whole universe can get here if you're going to say supernatural. I'm not saying that mustn't implicitly imply that I believe in God, but I get the argument. It's like they're not being, but not that there's not a creator. Something set it in motion. So what is it?
You're talking about like a first cause? I don't believe there's a first cause.
I mean, it could be a sequence of events. It doesn't have to be a guy in the sky.
Yeah, I don't believe in causality at all.
Don't you know that the Singularity is now on Lou J's Tickle series, one of the foremost Clubhouse AI experts?
What? That is not.
Lou J's Tickles. Let me ask you a question, Lou. What's your favorite AI platform at the moment?
What are you, like a hard determinist, or
You asking me?
it's not a particular platform? What would be my favorite? Like, are you asking me what model I like the most?
I'm just saying, have you seen the movie Virtuosity with the guy from Gladiator? You haven't seen Virtuosity? It came out in 1995 with Denzel Washington.
Phenomenal movie.
Love me Denzel.
Oh, really? Sometimes not.
Can't go wrong.
Yeah, that's not Denzel. I don't think it's Virtuosity.
Elaborate on the
Really?
Maybe
elaborate more on like the premise of the movie.
Well, I think, with regards to the title, when you look at the word Gnostic, I mean, that's gnosis, which is knowledge. And, wisdom is the best knowledge. So if you want to know God, you got to know wisdom.
Are those two things synonymous?
In Judaism, the Torah is so precious, and the Torah is wisdom. So, what is the source of wisdom?
God is named Sophia.
Yeah, I mean, transliteration. There's a lot of languages that are saying the same things.
Like Solomon goes on and on about wisdom as a figure, Sophia as a goddess that he's in love with.
Yeah, well, Sophia is beauty, which is one of the 10 Sephiroth of the Kabbalah. And, what is the capital of Turkey, Sophia? So, I mean, it's global.
Hey, Rob, I just wanted to say one thing. What you were talking about with the sales tax is exactly what I'm talking about. Could happen, and if we ever want to have a room about that sometime, we could really break it down. There's going to be a very big effort around it.
I'm happy to talk taxes. And by the way, the Brain Trust on 4 p.m. Pacific time on Tuesday is going to be having a room specifically about taxation. You should show up for that.
What date is that?
On Tuesday at 4 p.m. Pacific time.
I will be there. Grant, thank you for the invite. Talk to you then.
You left one thing out of the whole Roger is love. Love is God's love.
Well, okay. Put that in the chat.
But, who here can tell us what a utilitarian principle might be? Is frugality a utilitarian principle?
The greatest happiness principle is what utilitarianism is about.
Well, there's this amazing book. I bought it at what's called a bookstore once, and it's called The Practical Necessities to Demand Everything. And it says, in the end, we weren't greedy enough.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm asking, is it patriotic to be greedy as a nation?
I would say greed is a vice rather than a virtue. Capital capitalism tries to turn it into a virtue, though.
Capitalism doesn't speak about this at all.
You don't think capitalism rewards greed?
I think that if you are a good operator, you can be highly profitable. You can make a lot of money, and what you choose to do with your money, you can be incredibly generous with the proceeds, or you can be incredibly greedy. Those are your options. Capitalism is the only economic system that allows you to succeed or to fail.
Yeah, like that's kind of my goal, to use capitalism against capitalism.
So that makes a lot of sense.
I don't get the people that are like, oh, capitalism's the worst thing ever. I also don't get the people that are like, it's perfect.
It's not about being perfect. It's not about being perfect. It's about being just, and more importantly, it's about being better than any other system that we've ever come up with. Now, if you come up with a better system, that's fine. But hanging out with people like Randy McDickerson is not going to help you come up with good ideas.
It's all hunky-dory if it's equitable and fair, right?
See,
But
this
it's gotta
is
be regulated
this
in
is
order to be that way.
this is where I have to disagree with you on that, Mojo. I think capital surveillance or surveillance capital, in terms of having recordings of Rabbi McDickerson, is valuable. To have a sample of something that's living, which is as rare as a star, is a good signature, recognition or recording. I mean, I'm just saying that every man and every woman is a star. So,
Are you guys aware that Randy McDickerson threatened to rape Ann Hero's underage daughter? You guys aware of that?
no, I hadn't heard that one.
Yeah. So these are the people.
That's an extreme way to frame it.
That was what was said.
She's also going around calling him a pedophile, which he's obviously not. And so he said, I'm going to fuck your daughter if she turns 18.
Wait.
Those type of statements.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just explain this. Any guy that would say that clearly is only saying that online. And here's the great thing. That guy will never in a million fucking years ever talk like that to a man, woman, or child face to face. He's the biggest fucking coward on this fucking app, and for whatever reason, you're friends with him. Explain yourself.
So I've been to Jordan twice, and I know Jordanians.
Hold on. So if someone's going around calling you a pedophile, don't you think it's like a bit ironic that that's what he said back to her? Because that's what she was doing. She was calling him a pedophile. I don't remember exactly for what, but nothing to do with that. And so he said, I think it was wrong. I told him.
Well, I heard.
He said, I'm gonna fuck your daughter when she turns 18, which we all agree that's legal because it's a magical number. That's your 18. Everything's legal now. But yeah, she said it was wrong.
Well, I mean, how do you rationalize death threats all the time?
Take contention with it being 18. That's fucking wild.
Listen, Pepe says he wants to kill hitchhikers and burn their bodies in acid all the time.
18th birthday, if you're completely an adult, or the day before you're not, I think that's just silly. It's not really.
No, it's just the vitriol. It's just the way you said it. It really came across like you wish it was bigger. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, when you're
So what is this? A gaslight app? Are you saying that this app is used to gaslight people? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, it sounds like they're saying having sex with an 18-year-old.
Why would an adult male speak to a woman the way that he spoke to her?
Because he's a pedophile.
Well, look, I have a very different take on it, and I don't want to be disrespectful to Joe, but I'm not a big fan of hers. Some of the things that she's done, the way she's acted, for just leave it at that. I don't like her, even not like my friend. We can still be friends.
No, well, hold on. You can have whatever grievance you want. Look, this app's gone through a lot. I've had grievances with her in the past, but I also think that I think that she's proven over the last several years on this app to navigate it as a pretty good actor. I think that when she first got on the app, that probably wasn't true. That being said, I think the last 3 years or so, she's probably one of the most pleasant people to be around on this app. And if you have a different experience, that's fine. But even if you think that she's a piece of shit, why would you be friends with someone that would talk to a woman that way?
And about a child.
Well, again, she was calling him a pedophile. He's not a pedophile.
Well, I have
It's
been.
serious to call someone a pedophile, like in my opinion, if they're a pedophile.
Walks like a duck, talks like a duck, looks like a duck.
Some people disagree with that.
I have recorded more Randy McDickerson rooms than anybody in this room right now, and I've been kicked out of more Randy McDickerson rooms than anybody else. And I gotta tell you, all the time that I've ever spent recording Rabbi Randy McDickerson has always been a total waste of time.
I don't know, man. I think grown men should have a
troll. He's a jerk.
Well, no, he's not a troll. When you talk to a woman that way, no, that's not being a troll. That's not being a troll. Being a troll is to it's more of a playful thing. There's nothing playful about talking to a woman that way. To say that you're going to have sex with her daughter, like why would a grown man say that? Her daughter's 11 years old. What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's
Well, okay, it's fine, fair enough. But again, he said specifically when she's 18, she's calling him a pedophile. She's going around saying he's a pedophile. I think both are wrong for doing what they did.
There's no explanation. You can listen to 1,000 people on this app and come to the same conclusion.
What's up?
What do you think? A grown man telling a woman that he wants to have sex with her 11-year-old daughter when she turns 18. What do you think of that? I mean, you're a father. Like, if somebody said that to you, you have a problem with that?
Yeah, the person's a sick fuck, should be locked up and locked. It's a sickness.
Or, see, everyone can agree with
Well,
that.
is that a serious question?
Exactly. So to accuse someone of that,
It's Lou's best friend.
yeah, that's right, yeah. Everyone knows that he was known for like 4 years. It's a serious accusation.
Who's your Conhouse bestie?
Oh, yeah, Randy.
Okay, but serious question. Have you guys engaged in the Destiny Big Point test before?
No, not really.
Not
Who's actually said this, by the way?
Who's
So, Rabbi Randy McDickerson.
I forget. To her.
To Ann. Not her, but
She was calling him a pedophile, and I don't know why. She was blaming him for, her certain kind of photos of her being put out there. But, she put it out there quite a bit herself to say that. And so, yeah, she overreacted. He obviously overreacted.
you know what the definition of doxing is? I'll just tell you. It's rhetorical. It's disseminating or releasing and publicizing private and/or public information. So that would be doxing.
Who doxed you there? Neither one of them doxed you.
Put out photos, disseminating.
No, he didn't. She accused him of it.
But that's what you just said. You said she put the photos out and, or did
No.
you stand up putting the photos out and disseminating it, and you said, oh, well, she already put it out anyways.
Yeah, so who would be doxed? dogs in there. She accused him of doing it.
Did you not hear that?
Yeah, maybe I'll say it again.
Okay, I'll say it again. Disseminating private
We'll say the organism environment.
Okay, well, guess what?
Then
Right,
all the things
exactly. She's accusing him of not doing it. I mean, that he did it.
is the real sense of how you think.
Okay, we're all gonna try.
So when
Freedom from being
yeah,
becomes
I get that.
it involves a change in your thinking. It involves, in other words, you're getting rid of the habit of thought whereby you define yourself as the result of what has gone before. And instead, get into the more plausible and more reasonable habit of thought, in terms of which you don't define yourself in terms of what you've done before, but in terms of what you're doing now. And that is liberation from the ridiculous situation of being a dog wagged by its tail. If
How would you rate his conversational skills on a scale of 1 to 10? Anyone? 10 being the best conversational skills.
He's got one word that he repeats over and over. He has no personality. The guy is one of the dumbest people that's ever been on this app. And when you try to ask him questions in a debate, he doesn't respond to anything. He's got a one word reply for everything. He's like Rain Man if Rain Man was like stupid and retarded.
Well, there are some things you would agree with him on, Mojo, and some of those opinions deal with Islam.
Islam's not a religion.
See, that's something I think that you and Rabbi Randy Dickerson would actually agree on.
Yeah, I don't want to find any points of agreement with that guy. He's also an anti-Semite. Why are you friends with anti-Semites? Can you answer that?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of hate in the world, Roger. Or are you friends with people like Skinner and Rossio? Why are you friends with people that want to kill babies that come out in the skin? I don't think these are all trying to kill babies. It's just like, I don't even know what anti-Semitism is.
Wait, were you about to say just some Jews?
What? Jimmy? Me?
Subhanallah. up his religion.
Do I have to read the rules?
Speaking English.
Okay, good.
He's trying to.
I'm gonna read the rules because alright, look. Go look at the rules of the house. You violated at least 2 of them. But please hone in on number 10. Thank you.
That's another good poll point. How many people follow the rules of the house? Or read them?
I should add a rule that we always have the best looking moderators.
Can I? Can I? Can I just say that having listened to more profanity, more racism, more hate, and more stupidity in the past couple of years out of my entire 42 years of life on this earth, it is almost like Tourette's. I mean, it actually, I think, could be described as Tourette's in a way because it is so stupid and so much of a waste of time that when you hear people using insane racist profanity nonstop as if they're actually like autistic, Tourette racist sufferers, it is so stupid and such a waste of time that when you listen to it, you're almost like suspended in a state of disbelief. Like, are you people like how? What is the like? What's your environment like when you use the words? What is going through your life that thinks that what you're doing on this app, for like your kicks and jollies or the feedback of it? I just don't see how the feedback of what they're doing is, I mean, I guess it's just a question of like class, and John.
Talk about like this app and the people on it, yet you choose to be able to come back all the time, not just come back all the time, but you record them, not just listen to them, but you edit them and put it out there like some type of asset for you to be able to capitalize on. It's bizarre.
Well, I think it's interesting to document the behavior that you hear on this app, not for any kind of future purpose other than to be amazed at the bullshit people actually say and the bullshit,
Well, you are
time
capitalizing
to
on
listen
such
to it.
You are capitalizing on such
I don't see how you would be.
No, I'm actually not making any money. I'm just fully transparent playing a word game.
You are capitalizing on all.
Well, how am I capitalizing on it then, Rohan?
Are you not capitalizing?
No, I'm not monetized yet on YouTube. I'm not making any money from this.
But if given the opportunity, with having lots of kicks on there, you would be capitalizing on it.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Thank you all very well.
Alright, okay. But you have said before that you would like to go into
Yes, 100%. I hope to monetize fully on YouTube across as many accounts as possible.
That's what I'll swing it back to. Is like it's bizarre to be saying people are naive and stupid and conversations are ridiculous.
Well, we're talking about Rabbi Randy McDickerson, and we're talking about T-Robs, and we're talking about Lou, and we're talking about a couple other characters on this app.
I get we're getting to like an interesting point which you want to be able to push back on. Yeah, but it's like it's bizarre that you come on here all the time. You record people.
Yeah, it's a free cast. Have you seen the show Friends? You know how much money that takes to put together?
I know it's just troll. He's a massive troll. That's all. He's just a fucking troll.
Would you also be critical about the person who owns like a slaughterhouse and has a bunch of chickens? I mean, chickens are dumb, and they gain financially off of the death of dumb chickens. I mean, would you criticize them too? I mean, John just want to say maintenance of capitalism. Naturally, to capitalize off of dumb people. Yeah, be mad at chicken farmers.
Don't be mad at Jerry Springer. He became the mayor. I'm just trying to become a congressman.
He also got a blowjob.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Like, bro, why do you carry so much, anger for me?
just remember it exists. You don't give a damn about me, fucker. But that to me is disdainful.
He's not American. He doesn't understand freedom of speech.
But see, if you think a mangrove, nest of trees isn't intelligent and that it's not natural, well then I don't think you understand, the significance of the mangrove.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's an entire ecosystem for like billions of animals.
Well, I mean, I would say, first off with John, if he live streams his life, it's very weird. Like his whole life. Now, if you've been around him even for like a little bit, then you realize, like, okay, this is just a very, very odd individual. Just live streams, I think, everything that he does. So, I mean, I think that's people for sure could get in trouble based on like him recording a room. I don't see the point why he does it. I don't get it work. But I don't. That's not his intent.
Just to make sure you understand, I don't hate towards that level of disdain. I wouldn't give him that energy is sacred to him. So, no, it's not hate. I just like.
Well, the fact that I can.
Regardless whether it's John or whether it's not John, okay? Like, when he chooses to be able to, like, utilize people's assets or their voice, their ideas, their thoughts and feelings, and to be able to capitalize from them, that's not without
Wait,
Do you hate the founders of Clubhouse then, Ron?
he has the intention of that. He has the absolute
No,
intention.
the founders of Clubhouse. Do you hate them for doing the same thing?
I've signed in for what I know that I've signed in for.
I just think it's funny that you think
Public social media voice talk about like people's deep childhood issues on a public social media app with like hundreds of people in the audience. They can all hear you, and you're like, but this one guy's like disseminating it over
I know.
there. Oh no.
it's funny is you have disdain for me. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, Lucius. Hold on 1 second. He's addressing his disdain for me, and I gotta say, if you watch my stupid videos, they're not even that good, and nobody even watches them. So I'm just, so concerned, or really don't care that you don't like my videos and you disdain me. But I don't know. Have you heard my latest banger with Amir and whatever that other terrorist? What the fuck, Dean? Oh yeah, Dean.
I don't watch your videos. I know why I'm saying, but I don't watch your videos. I've seen a couple of them. I think it's disturbing that you're actually doing this, and that's your issue to be able to deal with. And like we've spoken about this before, it's like, if you choose to be able to use this in a way that actually benefits society by highlighting people like Samir and just do that, then yeah, great, all for it. But that's not what you're about.
What if
That's
people
not your
don't
intention.
have this app and they just genuinely enjoy listening? I mean, I was in his room yesterday and he had like 190 people listening to our room and on one of his accounts, and people were asking him, hey, what's this app? And they're like, oh shit, I'm looking
It's
at
bots. It's mostly
Yeah,
bots.
No, it was genuine people because they were like, free Palestine, fuck you.
Dude, but that's bots.
Stolen our guy. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, they were legit people.
Question for John. John, how many hours you spend in Rogers Mojos a day?
Oh, I mean, it's as soon as I wake up till actually, I don't stop it because when I go to sleep, I let it run and then I reset it at about 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12 a.m., whenever I get up.
Okay, and then you do this in other rooms too, the same amount of time?
Yeah,
Like 12 hours.
Hold on, let him talk. No interrupting.
yeah, I'm just saying that Amir, the terrorist supporter and potential terrorist, and his terrorist promotion room, I record them all night, all the time, and I just love the feedback.
There's like one or two. Is it 3 rooms or is it just these 2? How many rooms?
Like,
No, I didn't ask. I didn't answer.
It's dozens of us.
I didn't ask anybody but John. So you're not following.
The easiest way to answer these questions is to spend 10, not 11, 10, not 9 minutes on my YouTube channel. The link is in my
No,
profile.
I'm not interested. I'm just asking you a question. I'm just curious.
I'm not trying to. I'm not sure. Why don't you shut the fuck
You know,
up?
it doesn't make any sense. Got like 5 people telling you what the answer is, and you want to hear it from him.
Okay, so Tom, like you might want to know that it's not about like one room, 2 rooms. He has given like cell phones.
Oh, God. Thank you
He's
for
actually got, yeah, like putting some context on it. It's not a matter of just one room here or there or whatever. Literally over 50 cell phones. They are actively doing things. It's bizarre.
It's almost too fed to be a Fed. That's how you know he's not a Fed. It's just too Fed-ish.
Oh no, I was a Fed up until May of this year.
Federal government, but like, you know what I mean. Let's say Fed.
Well, I worked for one of the largest federal agencies with a $70 billion a year budget, employing almost 80,000 people, enforcing one of the biggest shakedown operations in human history. I'm just asking, has anybody seen any videos on my YouTube channel recently? Link is in my profile.
No, but I did actually try one day. Did he have like some hour-long live stream? I had watched the live stream. But I was kind of curious. I was like, I wonder if these models are advanced enough to be able to manage the quality if audio quality is enough. Good enough, which is not.
Hold on. We have a poll at the top of the room. If people want to reply to it, that'd be great.
Look at that, he's winning. He's winning. You're winning the election, you know. Good job.
Well, what is 1 times 100,000?
Hey, John, I got a question. Do you think it's going to be only person on Clubhouse who live streams videos for experts?
No, if you go on YouTube and you actually spend a little bit of time researching, for many, many years, people have been live streaming and screen recording and, doing a concerted effort to put Clown House onto YouTube. And
What was his name? Rabbit something?
yeah, I actually do look at that Tom Rabbit account, but it's just like listening to Clown House, and it's like him doing a lot of work creating those videos. And I think he got 8,000 subscribers, but I just can't listen to that shit. I'd rather come here and have a live conversation.
If you think this is a live conversation, you think this is my friend.
John, do you consider this like a little bit of your like live radio talk show?
It is. This is like me doing what I would like to do at CBS, ABC, and NBC, but that's just not possible. Yeah, I believe in harmony and de-escalation, and I want to bring peace to the interwebs.
You really believe that, John? You really believe that?
Yeah, breathing.
That's what I
It's
want.
called
Yeah, he's a
breathing.
Taoist. He believes
You really believe that?
It's the truth of the earth.
I want to do something. The person's like, whether or not you think you'll actually be successful at it.
I just feel like the problem is people ask questions.
So the problem was that people don't read books.
Well, if you read the books, it teaches you to stop asking so many questions.
Yeah, you literally never looked at John's like.
But this guy's fucking, he's like, in my opinion, he's the most intelligent dude on the set. Saying some insult back to me, he's very intelligent. But we somehow caught him
It's just
What are you
like,
talking to me or no?
see, if I'm more intelligent, it's really only because I've gone to great lengths to do conditioning amongst all of you. And it's honestly all just a joke. No, it is. It's all comedy. That's what I don't think people understand. It's everything I'm
Well,
doing.
your comedy's horrible.
Well, that's okay. You
But
know,
some of
the criticism of a comic, the point is, I agree with you. I think a lot of it is terrible comedy, but that's why you realize that everything is basically clips and compressions. And you get the best extract, and then it's the best
I know
thing.
it's terrible.
The thing is, if I film 1,000 hours, only 10 minutes or 5 minutes of it is even really fucking funny. So, I mean, that's life. That's a compression.
Wait, you said it's about you. You think it might be the Chova that you hang out with who's like actually the secret recording? So, asking for a friend. Asking
You for a friend.
See, I have a different YouTube channel that you don't know about where I've been recording you and Nick Dickerson and T Robs for many years now. It's called Low IQ Down Syndrome Racists with Tourette's. It's one of my most popular YouTube channels.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to get okay with that. No, I said some stuff that's way too far out of
I did ask some people at the bar tonight, what are the 5 words you can't say in polite society? And we came up with the acronym C fuckins. You can't use one of the words in this room, which is the N word, but all the other ones, it's open game. But I'm just saying that the acronym C fuckins is the 5 English words you cannot say in polite society.
You could say cut though. You could say cut.
No, it's the you.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Take the U out. It's just CFKNS.
I don't want to be left out.
You could say utilitarian.
Wait, I thought you could say the K one. Because, I mean, everybody does. Everybody's okay with it.
No, Abby is made a good point for we're going to be updating to include the K word in our banned words. We might grow it. It might be fun to add to the banned word list.
That's racist.
I like that.
That's racist.
Why would it be racist for black people?
You know why it's racist?
It says you must use the word tax.
So you must use her.
Yes, thus you must use that word.
I guess it's
Both
not
of
racist.
it's the
I just created a new AI Sunu song called Excuse Me, Can I Ask a Question? Does anybody want to hear it?
You should, I know it for once. Oh, I don't know if you know that. You sound like a faggot, motherfucker. That's amazing. That's amazing. Why is it?
No, you can't say the K word. That word has been ruled illegal in the MUF. I mean, I like the fact that we have achieved a state of parity where I don't even need an anonymous account to live stream the room. I'm just, accepted as being, the Clown House live streamer. I mean, do you think people get a kick out of knowing that they're on my YouTube as opposed to saying, I disdain you? Do you think some people are like, I think it's hilarious that he's recording everybody, and like that's me
Well,
on that video.
I think the driver enjoys it. I don't know if you still leave.
I feel like it doesn't matter.
See, I would get a dopamine kick out of somebody sending me a clip of me talking on their YouTube channel, but that has yet to surface.
I think eventually people will realize how much AI is advanced, and that's when they might use like uploaded videos to do really not cool things. Which I think I'm surprised that hasn't happened yet.
I'd like to say something about the title of the room, since we have Mr. Kitover on stage.
Agent, you haven't even answered the poll question.
Okay, I answered. I just think, yeah, John Kitover, he's violated certainly ethics, if not laws. I think many people, I think, have cause for civil suits against him. Some I know have explored that or looked into it. And I just hope karma, one way or the other, catches up with John Kitover. And,
So
maybe that will be a legal karma, or maybe it'll come in another form.
Agent, hold on. Listen, man. Listen. As the most trolled person on this app by John Kitover, I understand why you might feel frustrated, but once Clubhouse made the decision that they can create anonymous accounts that cannot be removed from the room, Clubhouse has said that this behavior is okay. And so at this point, even if you have a grievance, and I still have a couple of issues. Here's the issue that I have. Like, let's say if you had somebody that's like, I don't know, let's say they've got a profession and they've got I don't know, let's say they've got their own YouTube channel and they're out there trying to do things, and then John, when you put their name as the name of your title of your videos, or maybe even the title of the channel, I can understand why some of those people, and those people, like, that's probably the best grievance that I've heard, because then they feel like they have to go and create more content to be able to push that down, so in case, like, somebody does a search, your shit doing, what you do with them. So I would just ask you to consider that respectfully. But I think that, Agent, to your criticism of this, I don't think that you've adapted to the new world, which is streaming these rooms is going to happen whether you like it or not. And you can question the ethics of it, but when you start balancing the fact that he will why is this person not on you? Jesus Christ. When you start balancing the fact that he would stream a room where you may speak in it, and maybe you would have wished that he didn't, against the fact that that he's streaming terror sympathizers that are potentially terrorists themselves, that might even be plotting terrorist attacks, and he's streaming it, and this is now accessible for law enforcement agencies globally, I would actually, I'm now in the camp that with all the trolling that he's done of me, all of the inconvenience, all of the times that I've asked him, like, hey, can you not? We have no replays on. We'd rather you not. At this point, I think not only does the good outweigh the bad, but I think that potentially he's got the ability to emerge as a hero. If there's an arrest made of these people on Clubhouse that are talking about their advocacy for terrorism, I think John becomes a hero. I think he can be praised publicly, and it would be worth it. And then what's the counter to that? I was inconvenienced because the stupid point I was making on Clubhouse was streamed to 100 other people. I think the good outweighs the bad.
I am the modern day Travis Bickle of Clownhouse. That's a reference to Scorsese's Taxi Driver.
He's also not funny. I've never heard him say anything funny.
Comedy's subjective.
I don't think he tries to be funny. This is so bizarre.
He thinks he's funny.
No, I think he enjoys irritating people.
Honestly, reported about whether you like it or not, there's always going to be stream. I feel the same way. Like, I feel like no matter what you do, if it's semi-public, even probably someone should be recording this right now, other than us. Like, you see him streaming it to YouTube, so he's probably secretly recording this shit in the comments. I saw a screen recording of a video of someone getting their ass whooped on live, but it had 6 viewers. So somebody was screen recording it with 6 viewers. You know what I mean?
I think if you wanted to like blackmail someone or fuck someone up with, I mean, he has the content of his entrepreneurs.
You think I have the content? Like, there's nothing really there that I've recorded. I think I'm more of a mind virus because this is an audio app, and you give me more credit than I'm due. Because if you really do just a quick survey of my 30 YouTube accounts, you'll rapidly get burned out and leave. So it's not actually very hypnotic material, and the subscriber counts don't complement what I'm doing. So it's almost just like a personal vendetta now against people who like to waste their time and have useless conversations.
I'd like to hear Agent. Can you make your strongest critique of this, which I might have agreed with prior to the app making its changes, but Agent, what's your biggest objection?
He has violated the ethics. It's not about the morality. It's not about the legality. I just think, let's call it etiquette. People repeatedly have asked him politely, who've been mods like you, top left mods, so many people and so many other people who we enjoy, people I consider friends, have politely requested that hey, can you just not stream my room? And he refuses to stream. He does not respect them enough to comply with their requests. And that's number one.
Hold on. I just want to say that that I've expressed frustration, but what would you say now that Clubhouse has granted a feature where a person can toggle to anonymous mode and the moderator cannot toss them from the room? So even if the room was in agreement, hey, do we want this to be streamed? And we're like, nah, probably not. Okay, great, let's remove them. I used to have that ability. You can ask John. He's been tossed from my room many times and blocked with all of the accounts. He's probably amazed by how quickly and how easily I used to spot some of his accounts. It was a game of cat and mouse. It was catch me if you can. But my question for you is, now that the app has made this modification, saying that they want this app, they're not saying that it's not that they're literally, they designed a feature that people get to pay for that gives you the ability to do this and restricts the ability from the creator of the room to do anything about it. So now, knowing that Clubhouse has done that, what is your thought about that?
Well, I am disappointed by this product decision by Clubhouse that has, I don't know if they thought about it this way when they made the product decision. I think they thought of it, like, I've been blocked from there were many racists and bigots on this app who block me from rooms. And, so anyway, if I wanted to pay, I could sit in some of their rooms. That's one thing. I still think it's about etiquette of streaming. Even the racists who block me, it's like, it is just poor etiquette if I were to stream those racists.
But you could go to my YouTube and get access to those racists, so you don't have to pay the $5 fee. It's a service. I'm providing curated content for your enjoyment. It's the same content you're getting here. I'm just distributing it now. It's the basis of capitalism, competition.
I just don't like it.
Okay, so
You could have just said that from the outset. Could have been like, I don't like John. There you go.
Yeah, there's only one logical argument against it, is that John hasn't paid a licensing fee to Clubhouse. That's it. I mean,
I don't
outside
care
of
about
that,
that. I think
your
he's just
emotion,
an
your
asshole.
feelings, all that shit doesn't matter. It's not illegal, and there's nothing unethical about it. We give up our data all the time, every day. Right now, your ISP has your data. So, I mean, a lot of this has been fake outrage for many years about it, but I do live in a state where, I can record conversations I'm a part of. Now, you can make an argument that maybe he eavesdrops in conversations that he's not part of, and that would violate eavesdropping laws. But outside of that, Agent, I really haven't made any good points. I'm giving you the 2 points you could make.
Welcome to the stage, Marvin.
I mean, you're all making good points. Anyway.
See, I'm
just saying, welcome to the stage, Marvin.
You gotta also understand my perspective. Like, I welcome any lawsuits against me with regards to what I'm doing, because I think whoever brings suit against me would be wasting their fucking time. And most likely, those people probably also might waste their time in other ways.
Go ahead, Marvin.
I'm just laughing at this conversation.
So what do you think of it? What do you think about it, Marvin?
I think it's a non-starter. I think it's a waste. I think it's a non-starter, waste of time. I think they're more interesting and important things to discuss. Because bottom line is, it's an opt-in platform. It's not. This isn't your private conversation in your house. That's it. Full stop.
Thank you for that, Marvin.
Also, I think the app's enabled this for a long time, really, if you think about it. Like, if this was something they really weren't about, then, like, why? I'm sure, John, you probably have been hundreds of times if you make all these new
Yeah, 50 times at least. I'm just wondering, is there anything I ever recorded that actually had repercussions for anyone you've ever heard of on this app?
Never. It's only because you have so many fucking recordings, nobody wants to sit there and go screw all of it.
I know someone who now, when you Google their name, it shows up as the top thing, and they don't seem very.
You should pull that down.
It doesn't reflect well on them because you caught them in a bad moment, and they didn't know they were being recorded.
Agent, that's
live forever on Google.
Agent, that's dumb as fuck, because you can literally go on Clubhouse, ChatGPT, and say, hey, ChatGPT, what's his name?
Do you know anything about Agent Malone on the app Clubhouse? It will give you an entire breakdown about all your fucking conversations, your personality, characteristics, and traits, and all this different stuff. We did it actually where we went in and we looked up ourselves on ChatGPT, and it tells you who Rich is and who 3x plus 1 is accountant, stuff like that, what he espouses, and all that type of shit. So it's all on ChatGPT too.
But it's mostly a hallucination, though. Like the data index, or I'm not sure. Like
A hallucination.
yeah, it's like just like before when they kind of rolled out AI, where you could like hold down for summary, but it would be like 1 to 10 different templates, where it's basically like
Well, last time I used ChatGPT and I asked him about Louis Tickles or whatever, Louis Tickles, I said, what do you know about him? Yeah, I know. And when I asked him about him, they said he's friends with a chomo, and then that's all it said.
I mean, it's the same thing with Google.
Oh, you got a bunch of wind noise. You have a bunch of wind noise, I said. Unfortunately, I look good on there.
Well, Jeffrey Epstein said it's not what you know, but who you come in contact with. Well, there is still a subconscious social clout chasing game that's even happening right now. The green beans, this belief that you can, as a mod or have these followers, like that's still kind of in this game to a certain extent. No, no, 100%. I'm just saying that it's like an illusion that green bean or the social clout means anything. I mean, not really, because in terms of mass communication, like technically, like all the accounts that I've had deleted, the big accounts deleted, it's like it'd be cool to have an audience, but even when you have thousands of followers on this app, if you create a room, it's like still nobody even comes in. There's something about that mojo magic or that positive vibration of intelligence that people seem to enjoy.
Yeah, so John, I just looked on ChatGPT. It says Congressman John Kitover has been active on Clubhouse, particularly in political discussions and debates. There's even a video titled "Political Theater Clubhouse Democrats versus Congressman Congressman John Kitover on YouTube. It seems he's quite active in political conversations on the platform. So even ChatGPT knows everything about you, John.
They don't know everything about him. That's nothing about him. I look
I
myself
guarantee if I continue asking questions, it'll continue giving me more information.
Go ahead, Double Agent. Share some more secrets
I
about
will not
me, Double
ask.
Agent.
I will ask a question.
Well, what do you know about me, Double Agent? Go ahead and share something about me that you think is controversial.
I know that you're an annoying troll and doxer.
Is that my life? Is that my career? Is I'm an annoying person, a troll, and a doxer? Like, is that a career actually? Like in some handbook somewhere?
You should put that in your bio. John, put that in your bio.
You know, the thing, John, here's the thing. For a while, you were spouting this thing of like, oh, Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk. And you were really on about that. And you were wrong about that.
No, I was not. I have hundreds of Elon Musk videos. I can send you playlists right now of Elon Musk's talking nonstop for hundreds of videos. It's 100% Elon Musk. Adrian Dittman is his pen name or his burner account on X.
But what do you think about the room in which they were both in there and Elon's mom was there, and Elon's mom couldn't even distinguish the voice, and she was laughing about it. You don't like go check that room out and then tell me what you think.
I've already seen a video of that. He still thinks it's.
All I can say is watch my videos of Adrian Dittman, aka Elon Musk. Elon Musk knows who John Kitover is, and he hates John Kitover. You think I'm a troll on here and annoying? Trust me, I live rent free in Elon Musk's brain now because I have so many videos of him talking in unrecorded rooms on X. I mean, it's amazing, some of my playlists where you're like, wow, this is really stupid.
Well, Elon hates you, you know. I defer to Elon in many things, and I'm glad to know that he and I are also aligned on this topic.
Yeah, this wasn't, believe me, I recorded him, a lot. Yeah, he knows who I am. He's blocked like 20 of my X accounts. I am blocked from being friends with Adrian Dittman. You can ask Grok, who's the most famous person to visit my profile? It says Adrian Dittman did. And then if you ask Grok, who is Adrian Dittman? It says, it's most definitely some guy in Fiji. Okay.
When I first entered the room, I was like, oh, it's Elon. I wanted to get on stage and ask Elon a question. And then, I did have to listen for a bit to then be like, oh, it's not Elon.
Well, when I first heard him, I was like, oh my God, this is... Anyways, this is a pointless conversation because now I can hear birds on my windowsill fucking making a nest. I mean, I've had this conversation a gazillion times. It's the same thing, but I could show you the playlist and you'd be like, yeah, that sure does sound like Elon.
John, who's your favorite lefty to stream?
I like Goat. He's definitely my favorite target on this app. He's a target-rich.
Wait, not Beam?
No, I find Goat to be particularly obnoxious in his snobbiness.
Someone sent me a text message unsolicited with a photograph of Goat from real life, and I was just like, come on, man. Like, it was completely unsolicited, but it's hilarious.
By the way, I'm curious. His thing, like, I was in a room and he started playing some copyrighted music because he thought that would kick you out of the room. Does that work?
Yeah, it does work. I have to immediately turn the volume down because you only have like a couple seconds before it kicks in like a copyright.
Roger, here's a reference to an old song. If you you've seen a picture of Bima, you would tell her that she shouldn't cry.
Hey, girls. I heard she left the app.
Yeah, her boyfriend. Well, her boyfriend is married to another chick with kids. He's kind of a dick.
Is it a throuple?
Who's this Bima? He said. No, he's supposed to be leaving her, but it's one of those things where he's a driver. She's like the side chick, and she doesn't want to accept it. But he tells her all the time, "Oh, she's working through the divorce, baby, and then we can be together." And he just gets home and like spends like a month with his wife and kids and shit.
Why did she leave the app?
I don't know 100%. Just speculating.
You know, I just want to go back to what Agent said, that I am a doxer and an extremely annoying person. And I just got to say that if we had a lot more Congress people and senators who were like that, we wouldn't be in the fiscal crisis we're in right now.
I mean, even I'll concede. I would bet, as much as you annoy me, I would still take you probably over 80% of Congress.
Here's the whole life is basically fucking live streams. Wait, Agent, do you live in the United States? No.
Occasionally I do.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
No, it's not. I'll dox myself, yes.
Well, no, I mean, it's not doxing yourself. Be like, yeah, U.S. citizen, passport holder, you know.
I didn't know that document today. It narrows me down. Yeah. I will not be voting for John Kitover.
Well, then you gotta fork it over.
I can't wait to do the campaign fundraising.
Yeah, we've got a new campaign website popping up soon. We're using the same platform that Thomas Massey is using.
Wait, what did I make up? 9? Randy?
Here's an anecdote. Anecdote.
Yeah.
Was I not?
I mean, honestly, that makes it so much more frustrating. You actually you're aligning yourself with one of my most favorite congressmen.
Wait a minute, guys, the moderator was talking. What'd you say now?
Your story about me.
Oh, no, that was 100% accurate. I said I don't know why she got off that, though. Because I was speculating that's probably the reason, because her boyfriend's an asshole. I've communicated with him. He's in love with that.
Massey's pissed. I like Massey too. I like him. I mean, I liked him a lot, and I saw this interview with him something piece on him recently. He lives in the Senate parking lot. He just has a camper van, and he lives in that because he just does. I don't know. He just doesn't want to have. And he's got solar panels on that thing. He's got raw milk that he drives in from Tennessee or wherever. And then back home on his homestead or farm or whatever, he's got cattle, he's got chickens, and he's an MIT electrical engineer, and he built all these automated systems to take care of his chickens and things, just automated farming while he's away. And he also has these he has a debt clock that just constantly is counting and syncing up with. It has Wi-Fi. It's a piece of electronics he designed himself, and it's just a debt counter. But anyway, he's an incredibly admirable person, and he also is the greenest member of Congress as far as his carbon footprint and all that.
Yeah, he's that's a horrible thing that happened months ago.
Wait, what happened? I didn't hear about it.
His
came up with a new slogan at the bar tonight. It's called "Vote Kitover before it's all over."
That was worse than the formula over that I gave you. Who's too long?
He was saying that, like, yeah, every member of Congress, they'll have a comment, and then they'll be like, oh, I have to talk to my APAC guy. They have to run everything through their handler before they can make any decisions.
Guys, it sounds like it's wild. It's wild. Yeah, like I knew that there's a lot of influence, but that makes you anti-Semitic. You with not with, but I mean, dude, it's wild. If that's true, if you see what they want. Good on that. Lots of things.
I mean, I think
That's what's very gay control. Like, I would.
I mean, does Ilhan Omar? I would think she doesn't have a handler, but I could be wrong. They may have found a way.
Lou, what's your objection to APAC?
Well, if they are literally they have people that handle our congressmen, I guess, and it's specifically in the best interest of a foreign country, doesn't mean it's inherently detrimental to us. Yeah, that's a bit odd. A bit odd. It certainly shouldn't be like something that's secretive or not allowed to be pointed out.
What do you think is secret?
Well, I mean, I don't think most people were aware to what extent that influence it. So that kind of secretive, like, wouldn't you, isn't that a big deal? I mean, some people say that they should be filing for what is called FARA or whatever.
What lobbying group do you think spends the most money trying to buy influence?
Irrelevant. I don't know what it's called. To whether or not a foreign country.
Well, it's not a foreign country. It's not a foreign country. I mean, it just exposes the fact that you don't even know what APAC is.
Okay, so they're not advocating for what's in the best interest.
These are American citizens. Do you not know what you're talking about?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay, you can say that too. Come on.
Are they not?
Of course they're American citizens, they're dual citizens, sure. Again, that specifically, hold on, so specifically it doesn't inherently mean it's detrimental to the United States.
Wait, all of my kids are dual citizens. Does that not make them citizens?
No, it's fine, but they shouldn't be involved in government. I don't think dual citizens should be able to hold office. Yeah. No.
Of the presidency or just any office?
I would say any office, just there's for not just why make things like why even go to that you're a dual citizen. Like if you want to run an office that badly,
They're not dual citizens of fucking North Korea.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter. Like if you want to do it that badly, you'll give up on your citizenship. It's not that serious.
Wait, hold on. Elon, when he was working with Trump, he didn't give up any of his citizenship.
Yeah, but he's not in office. You can make an argument that the money was
It's
spent
from the
on
government, though.
It's not.
Yeah, he was.
He was.
Well, you don't think he worked in an official capacity in the government?
Is that what we're talking about? Someone working in the government or someone in office? I think I made it pretty clear. I
See,
said
Roger, you made this point about it. These people just fucking flip-flop.
it's not a flip-flop, dude. They shouldn't be able to hold office.
You hold one position one moment, and then you hear Elon.
What's the position? Something on.
Well, you should give up your dual citizenship if you hold a position in government.
No, I did
Any
not.
position in government, and then you're like, oh, well, Elon was in government because he didn't give up his dual citizenship, but I'm going to cut for Elon.
For no reason.
And I love Elon, but I'm not fucking stupid like you. I wouldn't make that argument.
You're literally making an argument that I'm not making, and you're only doing
Well, that's exactly the argument you made.
They should not be able to hold office. Is that not a distinction between?
Why did you say that APAC was a foreign lobby?
Because he doesn't know what it is.
What are they?
kinds, or is it just people that advocate for relations with Israel?
I think it's a bizarre. Isn't the government supposed to be like our against in a context like this? Like why are they advocating for it? And I don't have that big of a deal with it. The fact that they've got basically everyone's very interesting. I think cause for concern doesn't mean you have to hate Jews or want to kill them over it. But the idea that this should just be like I didn't even be like
Well, okay,
suggesting that maybe you oppose Israel for some reason because they're asking this question. Like it's ridiculous.
Let me ask you this: name another lobbying group that you dislike?
Why do I have to do that? Like I don't know anything about lobbies. I know about this one
Oh,
for
so
a very specific reason.
you're only aware of one lobbyist group, and it happens to be American Jews.
Just say the word, Lou. Just say the K word. Yeah, I'll say American Jews. I don't think put America first. That's fine. That's why they have their own lobbies. Sure, they have a lot of why are they representing or having a lobbyist group for all of the government? Like hats off to them for being able to do it genuinely for like a level of being able to influence it. And genuinely like it's a level of strategy that they're unbelievably good at. But like yeah, no, I think it's ridiculous. I think it's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, but just to be clear, that's the only lobbyist group that you're aware of, and it's the only one you oppose.
Roger, there are other lobbyist groups that compare to them with regards to specifically representing a certain group of people, specifically with regards to their dual citizenship in their home country? Because they're a Russian lobbyist group where they only represent Russian Americans, and it's to do what exactly? Like I'm not sure.
Yeah, let me go get you a list of American lobbyist groups. But just to give you a little bit of information, the largest lobbying group in terms of membership is AARP. Are you against AARP for any reason?
You're making you just call me a fucking anti-Semite. It's fine.
Wait, hold on. Listen, it's interesting to me that your best friend is Rabbi Randy McDickerson, who's a raging anti-Semite, and then when we start talking about lobby groups, the only lobby group that you're aware of that you disapprove of happens to be a Jewish group. Like you don't think that there's
So 100% of the lobby groups I'm aware of that disapprove. Marshall is someone that actually sort of like I used to be completely against the idea of lobbying, like entirely. I thought it was crazy. Marshall sort of framed it for me in a way where like you can kind of see what like in good faith what the idea of lobbying could be and why should be something that's sort of allowed. Still don't really I don't like it, but like at the same time I feel like this would be an example of like not the government actually sort of getting in the way if we would not allow lobbyists, but obviously it doesn't work out like that. The lobbyists are way out of control just in general to put money that they're throwing at people in their campaigns. But yeah, I don't know exactly how I feel about lobbyists, but all lobbyists that like apparently are representing people from another country, ally or not, I think that's very sketchy. It's just odd. But why is it a big deal to like point that out? Like this is what is very annoying. But these kind of things, it's
Well, I think what it comes down to is that people that don't take an interest in understanding what lobbying groups are, they misrepresent what a particular lobbyist group is, and you have no familiarity with any of this stuff. You asked a question about Russian advocacy groups. You have the Congress of Russian Americans. That's promoting Russian culture and combating Russophobia and fostering U.S.-Russia relations. So these are people that live as Americans that are of Russian descent, and they would like to see Russia not discriminated against. That's their advocacy. But my question,
they don't have much influence, obviously, with what we're doing with this.
well,
Yeah, I would be kind of against it. It's weird.
got it.
President Russia is
Hold on, Brad. Yeah, wait. Yeah, give me one second, Abby. I just want to say this to you. So you weren't aware that this group existed. The only advocacy group that you were aware of was an American Jewish lobbying group. And so my question is,
I know what you're doing.
if you're so against these things, if you're so against lobbying with these other countries, like why is the only one that you're opposed to happen to be the Jewish one?
That's too broader. Most of the Russian group is what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Abby, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just hearing this. It's so micro-targeted. It's ridiculous. It's not even like you can't even hide what he's doing. The American Israel.
Shut the fuck up while I'm on talks. Go ahead, Abby.
And there are other groups like it from many countries, many different relationships. It is focused on the American-Israel relationship. That's it. Okay? The people that go and knock on the doors are Americans that are from different states, and they talk to their members of Congress and their senators, and it lobbies only Congress, doesn't lobby the executive branch, and it is asking about the American-Israel relationship. Things like the MOU, when that was signed, there was a lobby. The Iran deal, when that was originally JCPOA, there was a large group of lobbying at that time. But this is primarily focused on the American-Israel relationship. That's what they talked about. And to keep that relationship solid, because benefits to Israel as well as the benefits to the United States that Israel gives to the United States in forms of intelligence and technology. I mean, it can go on and on. If you'd like to hear it, I've got lists of it. That's what they. I'm not done. But you talk over women. I had to wake up to this. So yeah, no, I'm not. That's what they do. And if you'd like to know about the
many conversations with you. Like I don't obviously don't remember me. It's weird that you're actually.
Well, she's talking right now.
Roger, is this fucking retard breaking one of the rules, talking over a moderator?
There are many organizations that lobby Washington on behalf of relationships with other countries. I mean, we could go, if you'd like to know all of the Arab organizations or the people that work on the American-Saudi relationship or the American-French relationship. AIPAC is not the only one. It is also not a very, if you look at the value, the amount of money that's spent by lobbies, it ain't in the top 10, it ain't in the top 20, it ain't in probably the top 50 in terms of the amount of money that there's raised as a lobbyist. You look at who the top lobbyist groups are. If you know anything about lobbying in the United States, take a look at the realtors, take a look at the pharmacies, or different pharmaceutical companies, take a look at AARP. Gun lobby's not even that strong anymore. I mean, there's that Blue Cross. Blue Cross is like one of the top in the country. I mean, there's just so many other organizations.
And it's fascinating to me when the name AIPAC comes up. When you ask them about, like, do they have a problem with
Abby, I got a question while Roger's in the Matrix. Hey, this other anti-Semitic piece of shit, Abdullah, was saying that APEC's not registered with the FARA. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, it's not a foreign agency. They're lobbying for the American-Israel relationship. Again, they are not a foreign under FARA is what you're talking about, and they're not for the same reason. Should CAIR, lobby should they be registered? As they go in and lobby for the Arab relationship. There are people that I know someone that is registered as a Saudi Farah. I know someone who's registered as a Qatari one, but they don't work for these organizations. They go in specifically for that country. Again, this is completely different. And there are other groups that go in. I mean, I go in and I'm going in under the RJC. We go in and talk about safety in our campuses for Jews. I mean, is there a problem with that one? We go in and talk about anti-Semitism and about different issues that we have as Jews in America. Does he think that should be registered?
You gotta remember, Abby, just to qualify this, that guy, his best friend on this app, is an anti-Semite. It's a guy that said that he wanted to have sex with Ann Hero's daughter, who's 11 years old. Like that's the kind of company that guy keeps, and so it's not surprising that that he would hold these ignorant positions. But the interrogation of these people, when you start asking him like what other lobbying groups, he didn't even know of them. The only lobbying group that he's even aware that exists was the one that advocates for a relationship between the U.S. and Israel. Which, by the way, there's a lot of things that AIPAC asks for that I think are bad ideas, and I think are bad ideas for Israel. My opinion. For example, funding. I think that when you fund a country, you're getting some control and some influence, and I think that's a bad idea. I think that's terrible.
It's not the focus. I mean, the focus, believe it or not, is not on the appropriations as much as the ability to purchase. Okay, so it's when they're talking about money, a lot of it has the right to purchase, and it's also the policies. And
Sure. Sure. What I'm getting at here, and this is like, like as much as I'm pro-Israel, I think in being pro-Israel, I think it would benefit Israel if the U.S. gave them no money, gave them no vouchers for the weapons. Israel is a wealthy country; they can buy the weapons. In fact, they're highly capable of designing weapons. They're is that you take U.S. taxpayer dollars and you issue vouchers to Israel to then spend with American weapon manufacturers. I think there's a better way, and you don't put the American taxpayer on the responsible for paying for it. You have Israel buy the weapons. Period. Point blank. And I think that's the most pro-Israel stance that we can have, because when we do it the other way and we allow taxpayer dollars, you create dissent in the U.S. among some camps, right? And then the other problem is that there is conditions. There's influence over Israel. Anytime you start giving aid to anyone, you're asking for things in return. And I think it's a terrible idea. And I think Israel is better off if they took no aid. In fact, I think a better policy would be for them to reject any aid. That would be even better.
It's a big discussion over there. It's not a priority like it used to be, because the amount versus, you're right, it's a very wealthy country versus what their GDP is and what their needs are, and its percentage of the military budget is not insignificant, but quite smaller than it was in the past. But a lot of the work has to do with policy, and that's what people don't understand, and just what the diplomatic support is around the country, around the world, and other measures that are affecting that country. There are people lobbying on behalf of all kinds of nations that come to work on the relationship between the U.S. and that nation. It's just common. It's under our right to lobby, our right to petition, which is our First Amendment right to petition. But why AIPAC gets singled out? It's Jew hatred. It's where it comes from. And I mean, here in rooms constantly. And it's not, there's just big. Why are they not pissed off at the pharmaceuticals? Why are they not pissed off at the realtors or let's see, I'm trying to think of some of the top 10 lobbyists that are in there.
Chamber of Commerce spends the most money, and AARP has the most membership, and I never hear those. We're in full agreement. The reason why you hear it is because people they hate Israel. More specifically, they hate Jews. And I wish that Lou was just honest enough to say it with his full chest, but he's a coward. He won't do it.
Well, I think you might have that answer. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Hey, go ahead, Abdul. I think you're about to say
I'm just trying to intervene a little bit, because this guy just totally takes a knife just because they say some things. And again, I'm not against lobbying, they can lobby, whatever, but signing the FARA Act is great, because they have to follow the policies under the Act. So avoiding that is the problem. That is how I see it.
Do you know what FARA is? Have you ever registered under FARA? Have you done it? Have you registered? Do you know what it is? Do you know who
Yeah,
applies?
law.
Why don't you read the law? Read the law.
Okay. Well, again, if you
They couldn't just start throwing an acronym out. Read it.
he's a pro-Palestinian guy, Abby.
Yeah. So does care?
But here's the thing, you don't really know who I am. You just listen. I'm happy to listen to opposing views.
Abdullah, how do you
I
feel
don't
about
want
the
to be
state of
titled
Israel?
anything. What is
Yeah,
it?
how do you feel about the state
Wait,
of
hold
Israel?
on.
Personally,
Everyone hold on. Abdullah, I'm trying to help you out. Mute your fucking mic. I'm trying to help you. Listen, the rules didn't get thrown out just because fucking you disagree with someone. Rule number 4, rule number 5, if you guys need to get a refresher on it. We're not going to interrupt. We're going to keep shares short. So, Rich, I would just ask you to pay attention to rule number 5.
So I'm going.
Okay, I apologize. I was just frustrated with the revert.
Okay. AIPAC is not registered under FARA. AIPAC is a lobbying group focused on promoting the close relationship between the United States and Israel. It does not operate as a foreign agent under FARA's definition. FARA's registration is required for individuals or organizations that act as agents of foreign principals, including governments, employees, lobbies for Saudi. It's completely different. And no, there's no requirement. But I ask you, should CARE be registered? What do you think?
Well, for me, honestly, any lobby that serves the benefits of another country should actually be cited for Act. So that is my point of view. I'm not really against the lobbying idea. Lobbyists exist for everyone, but I'm against the idea if you're serving the benefit of another country or the relationship between the U.S. and another country, sign the act so you can follow all the policy that goes under it. That is all I'm saying.
Dealing with the relationship. Do you know what the U.S. receives from Israel? It's a relationship. It's a bilateral. I'm not getting my words out. It's very late. It's a relationship that Israel is gaining from the U.S. The U.S. is gaining from Israel in these treaties and these relationships. But the people that go are U.S. citizens. They're not professional lobbyists that go knocking on the doors. And then other groups like the RJC going in mostly talking about what happens to Jews who just have lovely things like, let's see, we had a synagogue yesterday, firebombed, burned to the ground in New Jersey. We had an Israeli beat up, another Israeli murdered. That's just within last week in the United States. Then another guy, American, in St. Louis, came home. Car was bombed, firebombed, house attacked. This all in the last week. We go in to try to make sure that stuff doesn't happen and that there are laws strong to protect them.
It's APAC is serving only
Do you
the
think that
United
should be
States.
registered as a foreign agent? We're worried that our synagogues don't get burned? You think we have to register? Huh? You think so? I asked you that.
Okay, I'm trying to answer you. So basically, as far as serving the Jews in the United States, it's benefiting the U.S. citizens. Now, if it's working on the relationships between the U.S. and the Israeli government, then they would have to register under foreign. That's what I'm thinking.
No, they don't.
Again, it's an opinion. For me, for me, honestly, I believe that if they're serving the U.S. citizens, for an ethnicity or a religious group that is lobbying for the U.S. citizens, that's fine. But again, that's my opinion, your opinion. I'm not really here to argue. I'm just here to listen to both opinions. That's it.
Hey, Abby, I got a question. What is your job description or your job title? Like, what do you do?
I mean, now I'm a retired lawyer. I have an appointment in the state of Nevada. The governor appointed me to a commission, so I have
Do you work with
a commission. But
you work within like DC, right? Like congressmen and senators and all that too, right?
well, that's volunteer. I mean, and that's going in. I mostly do for the RJC now because I'm dealing more with domestic issues like security.
The reason I asked this, Abby, is that you would be familiar with FARA, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I was just checking.
There are people that register in FARA. I'm telling you, I know someone who's registered on behalf of the Saudis. He's a lawyer, and his law firm represents Saudi in the United States, and what their needs are is registered. But a bunch of people from, that come in from Milwaukee or come in from Chicago to go meet with their senator and talk about the American-Israel relationship do not have to register. And now, what APAC anyway has changed so much of what they do. It's really now fundraising for elections. It's almost primarily. They don't have big policy conferences. They really, like the entire organization shifted, and it's election fundraising to around the country. A lot of primaries when there is someone that is probably like the dude on stage. If he decides to run for Congress, we would raise a lot of money to make sure he doesn't win. APAC is doing. Successes, Jamal Bowman, getting him out and primarying him with a much better candidate. Successes, Cori Bush, primarying her and getting in Wesley Bell, much better candidate. Successes, Chantal Brown, primarying Nina Turner and getting Chantal Brown in two cycles on that. Those are successes.
When you say Cory, actually, you remind me of Cory Booker. That's one where it's tough because I know he's super pro-Israel, but
we support him. We endorse him.
I know, but he's terrible for the country, and he needs to be primary.
It's why I said I do RJC because let me back up. AIPAC is bipartisan, supports, absolutely bipartisan, supports candidates from both parties. For me personally, I like doing work for the RJC because my issues are more very domestic related issues. And I'm a Republican, but AIPAC supports both parties. And they endorse, Cory Booker's endorsed Kennedy, someone who is I'm sorry, forgetting my words. He's an incumbent that is a pro-Israel incumbent, and that's their policy. They will support his election. Sometimes they get stuck, like in the last senatorial election in Pennsylvania, because they had to support a pro-Israel incumbent, but the person running against him, who thank God won, was a much better candidate for Jewish issues in the United States. But they couldn't put money towards him because the incumbent had been pro-Israel incumbent. I don't know, someone Google the top 10 lobbies, you can learn about it, and then learn about FARA.
But overall, what would you say is the effectiveness of AIPAC as far as like getting their chosen people? Yeah.
And the elections, it's been incredibly successful. Remember, it's not just Jews. It's, AIPAC, again, it focuses on the American-Israel relationship. So a lot of the people, there's 8 million, 10 million, at least, members of Christians United for Israel. So you have a lot of the Christian Zionists that do work, or financially support AIPAC, but very high success rate, except, some big losses, like the JCPOA was a huge loss. The MOU was a big win. And, it varies. You have to look at their history. I think they took over someone else. It started in the 50s, but it really kind of took over groups that were advocating to help get Jews from after the Holocaust settled into Israel, and make sure that there's support from the United States for that. But it has a pretty good success rate. RJC has an excellent success rate, but that's Republicans dealing with Republicans. Yes, we have people that are the fringe, like Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene, that we don't have a success rate with, but majority of
Massey is one of our best people in Congress. I just have to underscore that.
I don't think so at all, but we can disagree on that. Some of my favorites in Congress, some are Democrats too, that are excellent. I like to see someone who crosses the aisle, gets legislation done, answers the needs of the constituents. There's some excellent members of Congress.
But what is wrong with someone like Massey, who, when it comes to government spending, is taking well, he takes the very real threat of the U.S. debt, which is currently $37
just to be a naysayer. I mean, it's, I don't want to get into him, but I mean, you can look at the present administration and how they feel about him, but he counters
Well,
almost every vote.
Yeah, but the present administration are anti-capitalist demagoguery fucking fascists. Like Donald Trump versus Thomas Massey in terms of like who wants the best for this country. It's not even a contest.
And Massey's kind of adopted, he's the successor to Ron Paul, basically, of like just voting no to everything. You know, it's not, and he has nothing against Israel. He's not, just like everything, he wants to stop the spending of the Congress, and he doesn't want the U.S. basically, I think he's more or less an isolationist. He doesn't want to, U.S.
There's not a single person in Congress that's an isolationist. He's a non-interventionist. There's a big difference.
Right, but he doesn't support basically sending money to any other country, military. I mean, I think he would pull out.
We shouldn't. If anybody reads the Constitution, there is not a constitutional argument for foreign aid. Period.
But yeah, I mean, he's not like Rashida Tlaib. He's not against Israel. He's like, yeah, Israel should do whatever it wants, and absolutely should do whatever it needs to.
You could say it's funding, but like he votes against the Iron Dome, so things like that.
He's against the funding of it.
Yeah, I think he would say Israel should definitely build it.
It was a joint project with Raytheon and Rafael.
Right. You can disagree with him, but the positions that he takes, and there's some things that I disagree with him too, but when it comes to any type of spending that's out of step with the Constitution, he votes no, and his critics are the ones that are in opposition to the Constitution.
I'm just trying to check. I think he voted against like resolutions that deal with whether Israel has the right to exist. Kind of. I mean, not just spending. He just votes no on almost every bill.
Did you hear his commentary about why he made that vote? You should go look that up.
I'm just guessing, but it's not up to the U.S. to decide if Israel has the right to exist. I would guess that would be the
Yeah, it was not our business. His interpretation of the Constitution is one that, like, all you have to do is understand how to read English to read the Constitution, and a lot of our Congress people completely fucking ignore the Constitution. Donald Trump's like, there's not been a president that has disregarded the Constitution more than Donald Trump.
Anyway, I'm going to try to go back to sleep. My point is that anytime I woke up to hear this, it's always this one entity that gets called out, and just take a look at the different ethnic groups that might be in Congress lobbying. I mean, just you know, when you're going up and knocking on the door, you get 20 minutes. You go into the office, you rarely get the member or the senator. You usually get their staffer, and you go in and you tell them what you're interested in, and then you leave. But everyone's up there. People speaking, you know, speaking on behalf of lots of different ethnic groups, whether it's Polish Americans that come in, or Kurds that are in there, Armenians are in there, you know, it's not just Jews that are up in Congress. So, I mean, I find that interesting. And you can usually peel the onion on it.
Well, I'm 100% with you on that. I think Lou's point, and when people bring up AIPAC, if was the only lobbying group he'd ever even heard of. And I think that tells you all you need to know.
Well, usually they'll come out against the ADL. They'll often say that, and they'll go at that. And I mean, they're dealing with primarily just the hatred issues. You know, I mean, that's their whole MO. So it's interesting when they start going after the other Jewish groups that are asking Congress, you know, and some of it's for appropriation, and some of it's just for laws, for protection laws. You know, for Israel not to be treated with a double standard, or for Jews not to be treated with a double standard. I mean, it's things like that. But I mean, I've been up there when there's people from the Kurdish communities that have gone into members' offices. I'm not the one to really get into it because I don't do really APAC anymore. I do RJC, so it's different. And there were Republican-based requests.
I think that the main thing that I like to point out is that the U.S. government's not just being solicited for relations with Israel; it's also with our enemies. And so, if you follow the logic of like, well, why don't we just not fund these countries? Then we don't have to worry about some of the silly shit like giving billions of dollars to Iran, for example. And so I like clearly if gun put to my head, give money to our allies or give money to our enemies, I'll give it to the allies all day. That being said, there's a strong argument to be made that we shouldn't give it to anyone. The argument that then gets made is that, oh, well, you have to go buy influence, and if we don't do it, then somebody else will. And so essentially what happens is American taxpayer dollars leave the U.S. to do all kinds of crazy shit that has nothing to do with the scope of what the federal government is supposed to be doing. There's certainly not the authority, in the Constitution to allow the wealth transfer from American taxpayers to foreign governments. And I think at very least people should look at we're at such an absurd level of giving away these and participating in these wealth transfers that we even give it to the most problematic nations on the entire planet. Like giving Iran money could only happen because we allow foreign aid. We should just stop foreign aid. Period.
But it's not all foreign aid. If we go in there because the Houthis have been unregistered as a foreign terrorist organization, and we're trying to make a pitch that they should be registered, is it not dealing with foreign aid? You know, there are things that affect within our relationship that are not money based.
Well, the simple answer to things like the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas is that it's not in any civilized nation's interest to allow those entities to exist. I don't think we needed to wait for the Houthis to attack American warships or cargo ships that we were supposed to be protecting. I mean, the mere fact that we know that terrorist organizations exist, we should go fucking eradicate them. I'm totally okay with that. I'm anti-terrorist, full fucking stop. And that means the sponsors of it. I was a huge cheerleader for what we did, bombing Iran. I'm not a fucking pacifist. If you have countries that are sponsoring terrorism, and they're not the only ones. Iran is the head of the snake. I think we all know that. But Qatar is another country where we allow fucking people that sponsor terrorism to just live their little billionaire lifestyles. I think that we should have cruise missiles up the asshole of these fucking terrorists.
Well, Roger, I was going to ask you, how do you feel about the United States, giving money to those dirty-ass fucking Palestinians? I mean, that is the wildest shit on earth that we give money to a fucking terrorist state like that. I mean, a terrorist area.
We should give zero to that. The only money that should be given is when we see things that are
Tomahawk missiles.
if we see a threat to Western civilization, and by Western civilization, I would extend that to countries that, like Israel, it's not traditionally West, right? It's a Middle Eastern country. If we can identify that it's a terrorist organization that's anti-enlightenment, anti-civilization, anti-human, really, I think we have a duty to go and fucking destroy them and destroy their sources of funding, all of those sort of things. That's money well spent. I think the military, police, and courts, those are the three things the federal government, if you read the Constitution, those are the only really the things that's called out that we have to fund. And within that scope of it, we should absolutely fucking go kick the shit out of people that are a threat to civilization. And Iran it fits that mold. I would say, and by Iran I mean the IRGC. I have no problem with a lot of the Iranian people. Although if they're part of that pedophile death cult, they probably need to be deprogrammed.
I'd like to add something. Ron Paul proposed back in 2001. The Constitution has a means already for dealing with terrorists, and that is the Congress can issue letters of marque, which then are essentially sort of like bounties, I think, where then people go and take care of business. Then they become compensated by the U.S. government. We could do things like that with the Houthis. And, they didn't use the word terrorist back in, 1781 or so. When was the Constitution signed? I should know that.
1776.
Well, I think the Constitution was a little later, but 87. Thank you. But yeah, when
was it fully ratified, though?
It took 2 years. Hold on. Was it 89 that it was ratified? No. Or it was 87. Hold on.
Anyway, the late 1700s. They weren't using language of terrorists, but they had these types of people around. You had like Barbary pirates.
Yeah, we were dealing with we wouldn't have even had a navy if it wasn't for the Barbary pirates. So absolutely, protecting the sea lanes, hugely important. When Biden was in office, this one should have been the sign for everybody. And I don't care what your politics are. When the Houthis were attacking the cargo ships and then attacking U.S. warships, we should have unleashed fucking hell on the Houthis. There shouldn't have been a single fucking Houthi militant breathing within 48 hours of those attacks. We should have just wiped them off planet Earth.
Yeah, I think it should have been pretty bad for people. Similar to what is going to have to happen in Gaza. It's very expensive, but you've got to just take these populations, terrorist populations, and you have to filter them out and remove anyone who's going to continue to cause problems, completely disarm them, completely defang and deterrorize.
I'll say, Roger, I got a question for you. We'll see
Now, the new proposal is 2 months, and it's Gaza City, which is about 1 million in population in Gaza City. They've not touched Gaza City, so it's intact. It's where the hub of Hamas is. It's where we think the hostages are now. And during that 2-month period, it's going to be moving the citizens out, getting them into safety. Israel's going in like the Army Corps of Engineers and building up makeshift hospitals and distribution centers and housing centers in the 2-month period. Before they even go in and do one strike, they've got to stabilize the population that's there and then go in and take out what's left, of the terrorist blocks that are in there that'll be in Gaza City. And it'll only be until everyone's moved out. I think it's about
is, if Donald Trump leaves office and the IRGC is still in power in Iran, he will be a miserable fucking failure. If the IRGC is permitted to still have power in Iran, Donald Trump can go fuck himself.
Well, that's supportive
Look
of
at the people of Iran, though. At the end of the day, like we bought. Like, there was the hope with this latest thing that the people would rise up, but the people prefer the devil they know. They prefer the IRGC to chaos.
Well, what we have to do is we have to educate them. We have to deprogram the people that are, some people are just victims of, being born into a pedophile death cult. I mean, like, you've literally got a population of people that believe that the perfect man that's ever walked the earth is a fucking pedophile that married a 6-year-old girl and fucked her when she was 9 years old. And they think that this is the greatest guy ever. Like, Islam is a fucking threat to humankind. Does anybody disagree?
No, I don't disagree about Iran at all. But, it's different times. It's not plane loads of cash anymore, and the sanctions are going to start to strangle them, hopefully. And hopefully, there's another effort to go in and take out anything left that tastes like, smells like any nuclear proliferation, as well as the delivery systems.
So the Odianware who said Islam is not a problem in Iran, I have to tell you, Islam is a problem everywhere. It's a pedophile death cult. It's not even a religion.
I want to push back. I don't think it's a big problem in Indonesia.
Okay. Do they worship a pedophile?
No, I think they would. In Indonesia, that's the biggest Muslim population.
I think they claim to worship the same God as the Jews, and the Christians sort of have this like multi-headed God, but the same one.
Agent, let me ask you this: did the Prophet Muhammad marry a 6-year-old girl?
Wasn't she 9 or something?
No, she was 9 when he fucked her. He was 54 at the time. Like, was she 6 when he married her? Answer: according to her, yes.
I assume that he did. Yeah, I assume he did what you're saying.
Yeah. So Aisha is a respected scholar in Islam, and she's the one that made the claim that she married him when she was 6, and that they consummated when she was 9. I would just say that that's foul, and it's a big problem. But that's not even their biggest problem. This is how bad of a religion it is, or a cult, I should say, that the pedophilia is not even the worst part. If you disagree with them, if you disagree with any of it, they want to kill you.
I'm just saying, like, that doesn't happen everywhere. I haven't seen that in Indonesia. I spent some time there.
I don't know. I can tell you, like in Thailand, that portion of Thailand is completely different and repressed. And I don't know if I agree with you on that, but what we see out of Iran is just this working of like marionettes of their proxies. And now their proxies have been, hopefully they're not fully dismantled, but they've pretty much been, almost put out of business. I mean, what's left of Hamas, what's left of Hezbollah is like they're decimated. And the Houthis. And the Houthis, if you think the attacks on the U.S. ships from the Houthis
Trump made a deal and just said, look, stop shooting at us and we'll just leave you alone. Only as a cost-saving measure. Of course, they deserve to be wiped out.
Here's a solution. You guys aren't going to like it, but when we catch and detain illegal immigrants in the U.S., I think we should send them to places like Yemen and Iran, and tell them, hey, go kill the terrorists, and we'll grant you citizenship.
That's kind of like what Russia did in Ukraine with the human waves. Like, all right, go fight and then you'll get you in the Russian.
So a girl gets killed for not wearing her headscarf properly in Iran, and he's writing in the chat that they're free in Iran, and they're freer there than Saudi. In Saudi, I visit, I wear jeans and a t-shirt, and I wear a bikini on the beach. So you tell me which country is freer. We walk around in Western clothing all the time. No one has to cover their heads, and no one's going to jail for not covering their heads or being murdered for not. But in Iran, they are. So I don't know where the comment in the chat came from. This is true. I've been to Saudi 3 times now. No head coverings, and I wore a bikini. I went to the Red Sea to see
Do you know what their modesty laws are, Abby?
In Iran?
In Saudi?
In Saudi, I mean, I was at their top resorts.
They have very strict modesty laws. I learned about this through the WWE doing their shows.
Yeah.
I didn't have it. I'm telling you, I was at Ritz-Carlton, the St. Regis.
44 countries, it's not true. You can only do that in the American country.
Well, maybe they don't want to see you, but they were perfectly fine with a bunch of us. We were at the beach.
So there's what you're saying.
No, I knew what religion I was. I wasn't there as a Jew. I was there as a business person. So no, you're wrong.
Again, you can't tell me about South.
No, you can't tell me.
So hold on. I can tell you for a fact that WWE is restricted. The women
beautiful restaurants, and I wore a bikini. Thank you. And I went to the Six Senses, which is up in the dunes and the sand dunes above it. Bikini.
Mojo, if you go to
That,
South,
that bothers you? He's telling me about it.
Hold on. Listen. All I can say is I know definitively that WWE
That's not
stars.
a public. That's not a public wrestling match, or it's different. There's a resort.
Well, this is fine, and I can also tell you that they have a public decency law from 2019 that's still in effect. It's a formal regulation that targets tourists and it tells them what is acceptable for public behavior, including dress that should not be tight-fitting or revealing. And so, they do have public decency laws, Abby. Now,
I've gone to business meetings there. When I go to business meetings there, I'm wearing a dress that is to my knee. And I come.
Excuse me, can I just say something? I was born in Saudi Arabia. I have family in Saudi Arabia. I do agree with Abby.
In a business meeting, but if I go to the mall, I'm in a t-shirt and jeans. I'm sorry about that.
wait, hold on. Abdullah, why does WWE, something I know for a fucking fact, why are the women that wrestle in Saudi Arabia required to wear full covering and not show any skin? Answer that
No.
question.
Yeah, sure. So basically, the Saudis are actually transforming the whole law. Back in the days when I was born, yes, there was a lot of limitations. Women couldn't drive. But when Muhammad bin Salman came in, he actually tried to change and just kind of multiply the cultural concept in there. There's a lot of cultural constraints. So they're not really trying. They can't just go ahead and change all the laws that was enforced back in the days. But he's slowly doing that. And I do believe that if Abby's saying that she was able to wear a bikini in Saudi Arabia, she went there recently. It's not like a long time. Yeah, so basically, yes, if it's recent, there is a lot of development that is happening. I have family members over there, actually, and I was born there. And we lived there for 13 years. We were in the map and Riyadh. So still around Mecca and Medina, she cannot do that. I don't know if she cannot. They're no. Yeah, but
Alula, I could, and along the Red Sea, and definitely in Alula, which is more international tourism.
yeah, so basically over there, they're changing the laws. They give it more freedom to women to do whatever they want. But it's slowly happening. It's a slow transition. They just can't go enforce that because there's these families that that contributed to the law that they have to slowly change and transition into a more open-minded. So I personally disagree with some of that laws and all that stuff, but recently they started to change.
I've been now 3 trips, and each trip I saw it more and more liberalized. So exactly what you're saying. But when I had business in Riyadh, and you'll understand this, we're working on Diriyah, so you understand why I was there. And at the meetings and such that we're doing for Diriyah, I'm in like a dress, like a sheath, like a Ralph Lauren dress to my knees, not to my ankles, and I would have like a cardigan on or a blazer when I'm in a meeting. But I'd probably wear that in a business meeting anywhere. But definitely going out to dinner in Riyadh and walking the streets, I'm totally in Western clothes. And that's the changes, yes.
Yeah, and it's becoming a very beautiful. They try to motivate, tourism, and they actually building the project pulled the line. I hope by 2030 they'll be done with it. So they're trying so hard to change all that. It's not like
in Saudi Arabia, there's the American side where people work in Saudi Arabia, diplomacy leave, and there's the regular side. And not, I'm even arguing to you, what you want to believe, but anyway,
Listen, Diriyah, it's not one side or the other. You have no idea what Diriyah is, do you?
Hold on. Abby, there's no need to. You want to be in Saudi Arabia.
You don't know what it is. cities, and it's,
So, Abby,
it's people from all over that are living in them.
Abby, would you have like a cover for going out in certain areas of public?
I would never go near a mosque. I mean, I'd be in a long, even in the Emirates. Have you guys ever gone to Abu Dhabi, which is more religious than Dubai? I mean, if I go in the mosque, you cover. You have to wear a long robe and you cover your head in the mosque. But, you cover in religious places around the world anyway. You cover in a church. Not that much
Being
cover.
in a church doesn't happen very
No one
often.
does that. And no one does that in Israel either. If you go to the Wailing Wall, you have to cover. And if you go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, you're covered. And you're covered in religious places. That's completely different. And there are neighborhoods, like in Israel, there are religious neighborhoods, and you have to be respectful because they're very religious. But the general, like going to the let me think of something very, going to the mall, which is a mix. You see people, women in burqas, and you see people in jeans and a tee. If you go to the outdoor markets that they have, like if you're in Jeddah, which is another city in Saudi, and you go like to the old market and walk around, it's a mix of everything there.
So, Odie, when did you go?
You go to the marketplaces.
Yeah, I think you're talking about the Old Town experience.
Yeah, the Old Town
It's
is
very
different.
different. And it's funny that you mentioned the mold. Even back in the days, the mold, there were molds that only allowed for women. And, and families, like, you can't go as a male just enter the mold. Now they're changing all of that. And there is a lot happening in Saudi. It's, for me, it's one to listen to. I'm just going to be
Listen, you guys can say whatever you want. I'm just telling you that fucking WWE wrestlers, the females are required to cover their fucking bodies when they wrestle in Saudi Arabia. And the mere fact that the WWE capitulates to that and does shows there is fucking disgusting. To be able to say that, hey, we're going to let you tell our women what to do. They don't have their fucking individual freedom to do what they want to do. Honestly, dude, I still got smoked for fucking Saudi Arabia. The fucking towers that went down in New York, those were fucking Saudis. Fuck the king, fuck the prince, fuck Saudi, and fuck the entire religion of Islam. Fuck them all.
Joey, again, when you go in a transitional phase, you just can't implement things immediately. It's a transitional phase.
Well, let's not sit here and act like it's a liberated society when they're quite literally forcing women to wear clothing in the WWE. Like, this is stuff that's known. It's very disingenuous to make it sound like they don't have these customs still in play in 2025. because they want to be seen by the Western world, because they want the tourist fucking dollars, and they want to buy into the sports fucking world. They want to buy into golf. They want to buy into pro wrestling. They want to buy into all this shit so they could be perceived as being more Western. They're fucking frauds. They're a bunch of goddamn pedophile death cult members, and we're treating them like they're some fucking special people. The government in Saudi Arabia doesn't give a fuck about anybody in the United States. They don't give a fuck about individual rights for women. They don't give a fuck about women. Their religion is anti-woman, and I can't believe I'm hearing half this shit. Like they still have public decency laws on the fucking books in 2025, and for people to sit here in this room and say that that's not true, it's just fucking dishonest.
So what I'm hearing is that Mojo is very upset that his WWE wrestler babes can't wear the bikini
Yes.
that Abby wore.
Lacey Evans looked ridiculous in the outfit they had her in.
I think it's morphing, it's changing, just as Abdullah was saying. I mean, it's just everything's easing up. I had a conversation with someone who is the ambassador to the U.S. It's a woman, and she's on the Olympic Committee, the International Committee. And part of she grew up mostly in America because her dad was the ambassador, and most of her charge is to make it easy for women to go into the gyms. You know, they weren't able to do that there. You know, she's helped with women as they get into sports in Saudi to be able to compete as Westerners compete. And there's different facets of that society that are changing, and there's people that are championing the change over there. And it's going to take probably a whole generation, at least, maybe more, for it to really westernize. But they are absolutely loosening things up. They want tourism in there. They want their country to westernize. That's the dream of 2030, the vision of
They want American dollars, but they want American dollars. Hold on. They want American dollars, but they still subscribe to a pedophile death cult. These are the facts.
I'm not. All I'm saying is the experience that I had. What their deep philosophy is, I'm not opining on it. I'm just saying that they definitely are opening up. It's important to them, and it's important to bring in international tourism into their country. They're trying to get out of just being in the petrol business. They're taking their sovereign wealth fund and they're expanding it. They're giving a lot of money, investing it into lots of different businesses, tech businesses. They're trying to bring that element into their country. But when you go to destinations there, like Alula, which is absolutely magnificent, and I would say a place on earth you should, if you ever get a chance to see, it's a combination of Petra and Sedona. It's something. I mean, it's all tourists there, and they're dressed as people going hiking and touring. It's not this repressed feeling. And definitely doing business in Riyadh. The first trip I went, I brought all the headgear. I thought I'd have to be all covered up. I never wore any of it. So
Riyadh is exactly where they had the last WWE event.
Yeah, I mean, but I wasn't wrestling. I was there doing business.
Right, but why would you require women to fully clothe themselves? What's up with that? And cover your arms.
I don't disagree with you. I hope they change it. I think the person I said I met with, who's on the Olympic Committee, I think that's part of her charge is to get things lightened up and loosened up. Abdullah, you know who I'm talking about? He's still there?
Yeah, say that again.
Princess Rima is on the Olympic Committee. The International Olympic Committee.
I'm not really familiar.
Anyway, there's people within the system there that are really trying to change it, and definitely the guy at the top is trying to change it. That's his charge, and he clashes with his father over it, who's more traditional.
I'm not forgiving the Saudis in my life.
Okay, there's a movie. It's easy to watch. It's like an hour long. It's called The Saudi Women's Driving School, and it starts out with the premise of modernization.
Nazi propaganda. Come on.
So I looked it up. It's in the chat. It's going in the chat anyway. It's from 2019. And if you guys want to not like the Middle Eastern countries that have enacted true horrors on the U.S. and other people, you can.
Yeah, I can live 2 lifetimes and I'll never forget the Saudis. I think on September the 12th, 2001, Saudi Arabia should have been turned to glass. Period.
I believe, Abby, that from a touristy standpoint, I think Roger's exactly right. They want American dollars. They want a tourism culture. They do not want to westernize their modern society, their lived-in society. They just want to make it appealing for tourists. Well, that's why I said watch this film, because they interview women that don't want the change, just like you're saying, and they interview a lot of women that the change has been incredible. These women get shipped off. A lot go to U.S. universities. They get MBAs. They come back. They're working in the government. Now they
You're talking about the class system.
Can I finish, please? So since that film's been made, it's advanced a lot more since then, and what they're building over there. But it's a process that's his dream, that's his vision, this Vision 2030, and they talk about it. So the film really goes into more about the whole cultural change that's happening there, and they interview citizens that are pro and con on the subject. But it gives you a window into the change, and you see how it was. And 5 years from now, it'll probably be morphing. I think they saw the success the UAE had. They see how the UAE is developing in so many other areas, business areas, that they would like to parrot. And the countries are very close. And I think that they're looking at that. You also have Bahrain, which is very Western in the area as well. A lot of the Saudis were going there to buy their booze. So it's just morphing, it's changing. And whether they'll wear something different next time they wrestle, who knows? But I can tell you from my experience, and I have pictures to prove it, where I was, and no one hassled me. Yeah, no, I totally believe your lived experience. I just, if you've ever spent any time sitting I've sat in rooms where there have been Saudis, and I will just tell you that typically, traditionally, the Islamic culture, they hate Westernism. They think that it's equivalent to Sodom and Gomorrah. They absolutely do not want to westernize. But I do think that there is some validity to the claim that they've seen the UAE, they've seen the dollars that it brings in. I think that they definitely want the money, and I think they're trying to figure out how to coordinate between being able to prosper and take advantage of that tourist dollar and somehow maintain the integrity, because they do. They do not like Western culture. I don't know if it's as hungry for the dollar as it is, his ego and his vision of changing the country. This is a pretty rich country.
It can change the country.
But they his vision, they're spending, that one city alone is $53 billion that they're building. You go underground and you see all the services, everything, are like layers of tunnels underground that will then, serve this city above it. And if you saw the hotel brands that are coming in there and the restaurants that have already started to come in, it's cuisine, everything is changing, and they're westernizing, as best way I can explain it. But yeah, there are people that don't want it, but the people that love what you feel they love, they also love their crown prince. He's very popular, and a lot of them are following his lead. But it's a big nation. There's a lot of people. It's a lot of landmass. But I would tell you that my experience. First time I went, I was scared to death. I didn't know how it would be. how that's been accepted and how the UAE has advanced. I mean, completely advanced. I don't know if you've been to Dubai and what the experience is there, but it's very Western.
So, I mean, there's this competition again. An American perspective is always, and you mentioned UAE. The only place you're free UAE is Dubai and Abu Dhabi. You can't go to Sharjah and say you're free. You can't go to Ras Al Khaimah and say you're free. You can't go to the other Emirates and say you're free. And all these things is employed, like Mojo said, to get the American dollars. And you say the crown prince is popular. The crown prince is not that popular. They still prefer his father over him. In fact, when they made all these new arrangements trying to modernize, there was a small revolt in the smaller towns in the populated areas of South. But there's something the crown prince does. The crown prince knows how to suit the population. He pays them, increase their UPI, and they all kept quiet. Two, you're talking about people coming to America. Let's be fair. Saudi Arabia is a classist society. You mentioned Prince Rima. Who is Prince Rima's father? An elite. Is that who?
Peter, he was our ambassador.
Yeah, well, beautiful. An ambassador. I think he was an ambassador again. Is that
He
someone
was the
that was
ambassador to the United States.
He was the former ambassador. She's not replaced him. So look at it. Her father was an ambassador. She's an ambassador. These are people that are linked to the crown. I cannot listen to those people. I'm sorry. Those are not the true people in Saudi. Again, your perspective as an American is different.
And by the way, you're wrong on, because our casino resort is being built in a different Emirates.
Which Emirates is it being built?
Well, it's
Wait,
Marjan Island.
hold on. Like, being on a fucking resort is not the way that you experience a country anyways. That's like saying that if you go to Ritz-Carlton in Jamaica, then somehow that's indicative of Jamaican culture. If you're on a resort, like, you're literally in a self-contained environment. You're not really participating in the culture at all.
We're building it. It's not built yet. I'm talking about the UAE, Roger. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. He asked me where it is.
Well, you said that you were in a resort wearing a.
When I was in a bathing suit, where I was on the beach. Like, where else am I going to be? I'm not walking around the city. I don't walk around Las Vegas in a bathing suit.
Well, here's the point.
At a hotel beach.
If you're at a hotel, you're on a resort that's catering to tourists, and what they're doing is they're prioritizing your money over their principles, right? Shocker, right? But at the end of the day, they fucking hate women, and their culture is never gonna fucking change.
You are an American resort. I mean, I don't understand what how difficult it is to understand. You are an American resort. Like I mentioned
What do you mean American resorts? That's an international hotel chain. International.
Wisconsin is not American.
It's
That's international.
International.
When you're at a hotel resort, you're not experiencing the culture of a country. I'm sorry.
It didn't say that that's where I experience the culture. I experience the culture as I'm walking around Riyadh and I'm walking in. Yes, if I go to a mall there, I experience the culture. Can we agree on that? If I'm walking the street in the old market in Jeddah, am I experiencing the culture? In a marketplace?
I would imagine you're not wearing a bikini there.
No, but I was in jeans and a tee.
Doesn't cover those arms.
I didn't. Not walking in the street. When I went into a business meeting, I did.
No, Roger, it's my understanding things have changed drastically in the last few years. And like people.
The modesty laws are still on the books. Like I said, if they want to take American tourist dollars, that's not a shock to me. But to conflate that with them having respect for women is just fucking wild.
I think they have their own version of respect for women. They still have reasonably high birth rate. They have a respect for humanity that we don't have.
They're a pedophile death cult, agent.
I'm trying to tell you, just like Abby was trying to tell you, experiences and what is really happening. I do not stand with Saudi Arabia. I was born there. I know the suffering of living in Saudi Arabia back in the days. You know, at least in the United States, my daughter being considered a U.S. citizen. Over there, all of my family members were born there. I don't have a chance to go and visit where I was born. So don't think that I'm standing with the Saudis. I'm not. All I'm saying is I'm trying to tell you what is really happening. The facts. This is what is happening. Abby experienced it. My family experienced it. We still experience this stuff. Like it's not. I'm defending them and saying they're positive, right? And they're the greatest people. No, they're not. They're very bad. But this is what is really happening right now.
That's what I've been trying to say. I'm not. This isn't the culture I want to go live in. But my experience was and my friend who goes every 3 months as an American businesswoman has had similar experience. And you see when you go into business meetings there, you see a lot of women running businesses now. Women own businesses. They own bank accounts. The laws have changed. The laws of custody have changed. The laws, rape laws have changed. They've modernized. They've tried to be, what we had as DEI in the U.S. For them, they have inclusion for women, and that's their push. Now, whether they're fully doing it, whether they could revamp really in a Western way, it's going to take, as I said, a generation. But they are changing laws on the books there, and they're going through this process. And you feel it when you're there, and when you meet women. And I spent a lot of time asking business women how their lives were. I looked at how they dressed. I asked them questions about their freedoms, and they said that it's not all there yet, but it's definitely morphing and changing. That's just the point.
Abby, what you're saying is it's safer in where you went to visit for women than it is in parts of London in highly migrant areas?
That's a really I mean, that's a really interesting question because that feeling of repression is exactly what his vision is, to take away that feeling of repression. So, just what I saw, and again, as a lawyer, I asked, and I met other women lawyers there, and I asked a lot of questions about their laws, and the laws that restricted women, the laws that now have opened up, definitely with the issue of owning bank accounts and owning property and owning businesses. And it's just modernized. How it is in a restrictive area in London, where they bring in Sharia law, it could be a lot more restrictive. I mean, or at least it's going in that direction, where Saudi's going in the other direction. So, I don't know. And I'm the same way as what Abdullah is. I have no intention of living there. But doing business there is a different story. And definitely in the Emirates, the experience was great. And it is, is he still even in here? He's not. It wasn't in Dubai or Abu Dhabi where the casino's being built. It's in a different Emirates.
But what I read is, did you get any advice from them on what they used to do?
And also their eye makeup, man. Stellar, I know. They're really lovely. The women were very lovely there. And it's magnificent. Also in the Emirates.
Yeah, Saudi women can be beautiful.
Really?
Why do they need beautiful women? They're men like goats.
I don't know about that.
I did a replay yesterday that I'd like to tell you guys about if we were ready for a topic change.
Monica, I'm always ready to hear you talk, sweetheart.
Well, okay, that reminds me of something else that happened. I was in one room and I heard that someone else should I be flattered that they're doing impressions of me at all? Or irritated that they're doing it badly?
Girl, imitation is the highest form of flattery.
That's true, but I will say that Ricky probably does the best one of her impressions. It's really fun.
Well, Ricky's impressions in general are just super funny. She's so feminine.
I wish he was here to hear that. Yeah.
Oh, I have no problem saying that to Ricky's face. Ricky and I, we have this beautiful little loving relationship. He loves to call me screaming, and I love to poke fun at him. Frenemies, babe. Frenemies.
So, anyway, I did not like what was happening in our room, and I left it, and then I heard it got back to me that they were laughing that I left the room because, well, okay, so Steven was in White Belts and Chilism, and Steven can be a lot, but he's also Steven, and he's been doing a lot of Twitter spaces, and I'm like, hey, Nathan and Knowledge talked about going to Twitter, and so let me connect someone who's experienced with running Twitter spaces. Well, I made the mistake of forgetting that Steven was white, and that doesn't go well all the time over there. And so they felt that I was shoving whiteness up their asses, I guess. I don't know. It was unpleasant. So I left the room. Well, then people said, oh, Monica ran away because you were being mean to Steven. And did she start another room? Well, that's what I heard. I'm like, oh, I could start another room. So I did. Attractive white women, or what was it called specifically? Attractive white women have wrecked the left.
Oh, she just wiped out. I wonder how long she'll talk before she realizes. Bless her heart. There she is.
That's what happens when I click to read the title.
Yeah.
I remove myself from the room.
But attractive women have what?
Attractive white women have ruined the left.
I've wrecked the left.
Have wrecked the left. That's what it was. I saw that.
Because when a noted historian / peanut farmer from California, who is even-keeled and conservative, and talks about tariffs and economic policies and which way Western man forward, talks about a model called Sydney Sweeney and American Eagle jeans, it's going to get my attention. And so I played his 6-minute. I played his 6-minute video, and then I did Sydney Watson. I quite like her. I think she's very funny. Her take on the whole Sydney Sweeney American Eagle jeans debacle. So, I want to let y'all guys know.
Well, we have to get back to Steven. I want to know, because you're like, Steven was being Steven, so was he singing, or was he like...
Well, he was confident, as Steven is one to be, and I was telling them, well, I introduced him as someone who does a lot of X spaces, and then Nathan went on his "Why do you believe in God?" line of inquiry, and it was just like aggressive and unnecessary for the vibe of the room.
Wait.
And I'm sad.
Are we talking about Vader?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Vader intilism. Oh, actually, I think I saw Vader intilism the other night. Yeah, Vader came in here last night, and he hopped the right. He came in here. No, he came in here, and he was here for 2.0 seconds, and he hot-footed it right back out. I was surprised he didn't come up.
Like, kept pinging me into rooms. Was it this room he was pinging, or did he do this?
It wasn't this one, because he didn't stay. I mean, he made a mad dash right back out.
He'll pull X people in here for social, because he's like, on X, the platform's so huge that, and then you don't know who's listening when you get 100, 200, 300 people in there eavesdropping or whatever, because they have a office feature over there too. And sometimes you just want to have a conversation with people that you like, and without the open ears of people trying to destroy you, figuratively speaking, mostly. So he'll pull his ex people over here and then do a social with the regulars on Clubhouse. So yeah, would not be a bad idea to visit, check in on them, Abby, every once in a while.
What's up, Hillary?
Me. And hey, Heather.
Hey, baby girl. I saw your name here on your web. It's me because I miss you. You're crazy. I think you're the only crazy person around sometimes.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's got to stick together. How's the move going?
Who else is going to help the other people get out of the institution someday? We know all that.
That's right.
The move has been postponed, and I'm fucking crazy because everything is in boxes, and I hate having to go through the boxes to find something. You can take it out of here. Like, I cannot take anymore. They're fixing the roof, and the guy who did the roof dropped, and this isn't a big deal. It's just a stupid complaint, but they dropped big bags of the, what's it called? The roofing tile. What is it called? Anyway, the things they pull off the roof.
Shingles.
Thank you, shingles. And they threw them all down onto my little garden, and I'm like, bastards. Those are potted plants. I'm taking them with me. Like, blowing all my shit up there.
Girl, I can relate to the living in chaos amongst the move. We just finished an it was horrible.
This is like 2 months. Like, could you imagine? Because with the first one, every time we are literally going to be like, hey, we found a place, we're going to go, then something comes up. Like, mom had to leave for work and go to a week training. I'm not doing all shit on myself. You're crazy. So we postponed it. Now we're postponing it again. And my son is about to start school back. And it's like, dude, we need to get settled already because I'm not moving for the middle of the school year.
Well, we actually decided to move a year ago last June. And
So you got me.
our goal was to put the house up for sale and be out between August and September. And my brother was living with us at the time with his kids. And right before I was ready to list the house, he lost his job. So then I felt like, I shouldn't list the house right now because it's just not a good time for him. It took him like 3 or 4 months to find a job. Then he finally found a job, and it was like October. And I was like, okay, now we can move forward with selling the house. He fell down the stairs and broke his knee. So, yeah, it got delayed once again. And then it was with the holidays. And, it's always a pain in the ass to move during the holidays. And then it's like, oh, let's just finish this. It's been the move that has taken forever.
Girl, I think our husbands hang out. We're like trading secrets over there. Hey, we don't actually have to do anything. We just come up with another excuse this month. I'm gonna go sleep. I'm gonna go to John, sleep on John's couch. It's cool with you, right, John? He says yes. Just kidding.
I think he would totally say yes.
No, he'd like triple lock the doors and be like, no, John's TV, John's lights. He's not fine.
I absolutely hate moving. Who was the catalyst for you guys moving? The idea. Was it you guys or was it your husbands?
It was the apartment complex. So we got flooded bad during Hurricane Beryl. And so it was apartment
and he objects to lives and boxes, and we need to move forward. And yes, yes, sir.
Oh no.
Well, my PCR is a circle, but okay, thank you.
Greatest prison pocket in the room.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Anthony, you're getting heavy Brooklyn vibes today with your accent. How's it going with you, sir?
Monica, I've never been better. I hope all is well with you and yours. I can't complain even a little bit. Monica, you missed a really good room yesterday. No, I was.
Oh no, those are the worst things you can tell me. Tell me more.
Wait,
So, yeah, you in the room.
which
Just
one?
Stig had a room. Stig had a room, and yo, it was amazing, man. It was such a good.
Why was that room amazing? It was a good room for you not to be in, Monica.
So let me guess the title. These ratchet whores don't deserve your wallet. Am I close?
Sort of. Not completely way off at all. But yeah, nah, it was a good.
Hold on, let me do better. These ratchet whores don't deserve your money, and check out my new gun.
Anyway, it's a masculinity match. What do you expect?
That's right.
Sig has really stepped up. Sig is really, I have to give him his flowers though. He's stepped up on the, he doesn't let those rooms get ratchet anymore. I mean, he really has stepped up his game with the moderation and just trying to keep the dialogue going in a mostly respectful fashion. I gotta give him credit because for a long time I couldn't be in those rooms. But yeah, it was definitely not a white woman room yesterday.
Sharon, not a black woman room either.
No, it really wasn't not.
You know what I liked about that room tonight? What I liked about that room is that sure. I wouldn't co-sign that. I think that Sig is one of the smartest cats on the app, and Sig's super consistent. And he actually said that if I was single back in the days, that he would have wifed her up in an instant. He said that yesterday. Do you recall that night?
Yeah, you told me that before, and I mean, I get it. That's cool. It's flattering. But my thing is this, Anthony, right? I could see if you and Sid were holding space, discussing your experiences with black women, et cetera, et cetera. But when you have white dudes mind on a stage like that, who don't date black women, who never dated black women, who don't even have black female friends, not now, not ever, then it becomes the question I ask myself is why are they there? Why do they have a voice in this? Oh, it's because they just want to bash black women. And so while I like Sid, right, we share a lot of similar ideas, et cetera, et cetera. I do wonder, why are you modded and holding space with these white dudes who don't even date black women? Why are you giving them space to bash black women? So that's very oddball here.
Because it's
saying negative things about black women. That, essentially that's your thought process. And I just like unfiltered, honest talk. It doesn't mean that they're right. It doesn't mean that their ideas have merit. I want to know what you're actually thinking. And when we have honest dialogue, we can have a better understanding. When people are, some of the worst people on this app are so-called politically correct. They're dumb.
Accurate.
They live in these little silos with that are just echo chambers, and they cannot stand to be challenged on their ideas. So I welcome it. I look forward to it. There's, we're a social media audio app. Let's talk about it.
I do have something funny to share about Sid. Someone was complaining to him about my antics on the app, including all the racist rooms I've held. And I said, Sid, what was the worst title? They don't understand. The most inflammatory title that I got my previous account yeeted for, Sid co-modded that room with me. So they're complaining about me to the friend who helped me do the room. It was quite amusing to me.
I've made in some of these rooms what I consider to be, not really controversial statements. And, the responses show just this lack of knowledge. And then, it's like, I'm actually blocked from a room by one of the main mods because I said someone was out of their cotton picking mind. Literally.
Wow, that's racist.
Well, you have to understand the limitations of politically correct.
Yeah.
Anthony, that's funny actually. That's hilarious. Wait, was it a black person or a white person who blocked you?
I'm not sure if they're black or white, and I've been on stage with them for years. I'm not sure if they're a man or a woman. I got taken to task because I told what's supposed to be a woman named Ashton. I don't know. I don't care. I don't give a damn. I don't know if Ashton's a man or a woman either. That's not who I was talking about originally. But I don't think Ashton's a woman. And we've had debates about this, but whatever. That's a whole other story. But I got taken to task for telling. So we were talking about the Epstein situation, and it was a real serious dialogue me and another person on stage were having. It wasn't about anything that was funny, anything that was, like we were kidding around. We were totally serious. We're talking about, the PO stuff, whatever. It was really messed up. I'm of the mindset that it's not worth it to, get, release this lane to quote unquote have her talk about whatever went on. I think she's right where she belongs. And, I'm not of the mindset that this is a partisan issue. I think this is a bipartisan issue. I think that there's, people on both sides that have stuff to lose. And, if we want the truth to come out, we just need to just let everything out. And this is what the conversation was about. So, because I said that this is a bipartisan issue, in the midst of me saying that, Ashton came off of his mic, her mic, whatever, and said, Anthony, are you drunk? And I said, shut the fuck up, Ashton. And they're like, oh, the way you talk to women is so disgusting. And I'm like, Ashton isn't even a woman. This is Clubhouse week. This is
It's free game, and people can say and ask what they want. Where are the limitations? Where do we draw the line? We can't, right?
Nine. Yes, you can call me out 1,000%, and I can say shut the fuck up. That to me is a, like, and this is crazy, man. This is really, really crazy. I've been in rooms where, I'm going back and forth. I'm, by myself, lone wolf with Wade. I'm just, Rambo-ing it, taking them all on. Neo in the Matrix. And then someone comes off their mic and says, "Oh, you can't say you're from Brooklyn anymore." Now, for Brooklynite, those are fighting words. That's like, yo, what? So I start lighting them up. And during the course of me lighting them up, I asked them, "Yo, where did you go to high school? You claiming Brooklyn, where'd you go to high school?" And they're like, "Well, I got pregnant and I was going to school in Queens. I went to high school in Queens." Now, I don't say anything about the fact that they got pregnant in high school. I don't even like that is such low hanging fruit. But I talk about you can't claim Brooklyn if you're from if you went to high school in Queens. It's impossible. You're no longer Brooklyn. You lost your Brooklyn past. And I'm lighting them up. And then it becomes, where's your wife? Bring that bitch on the phone. Then it becomes, mind you, I have not called them out their name. I haven't said anything about, bring your spouse on nothing of the sort. But this is what, you get villainized because, oh, you shouldn't argue with a woman. This is the bullshit on Clubhouse.
John calls it Clown House, which I think is really funny. And it is kind of funny. It took me a minute to realize Clown House was his name for this app. I just thought it was the name of his house. But no, it's what he calls his app, and it is quite amusing. Clown House. Sadness.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, you have cowards that will talk shit about you in their rooms, and you challenge them, and they hide behind the green bean, in somebody else's created house. Straight cowards, 1,000 that aren't bright, that really aren't intelligent, that like
you're talking about somebody specific. I'm staying out of that.
Straight up cowards that fetishize. They fetishize black women. That's who you should be like. That's who we should be talking about if we're going to talk about, a white person that's, like a white person that pretends to be a black person's friend. They pretend. It's the land of Maple.
It's pretending going on here.
It's straight pretending.
Authentic.
It's straight pretending. It's straight pretending.
Oh,
Hey, hold on. This is a good topic. Like, how do you know when you're with someone who's genuine?
exactly.
When they're willing to tell you the truth, not coddle you, not stroke your ego, not pretend to like you so they can F you. No, when they tell you the truth, that's what friends do.
Okay, but if someone says you're disingenuous and you work really hard to be authentic and not fake, are they telling you the truth, or are they telling you what they think you are? Because not all criticism is constructive, Anthony, or accurate. How do you discern that?
I think that, you kind of like have to look at the track. You have to look at people over time. There are people, right, that you don't like, but you respect them. There are people
I talk about this a lot.
there are
from a fake pandering dummy. That's all cracker in the corner is. Like, anyway. But all I can do is laugh. All I can do is laugh. There's so, like, the egos on this app are so out of control. I'm wrong all the time. I'm fallible. I make mistakes. It's okay to say my bad. It's okay to say, yo, you know what? Upon reconsideration, you kind of moved the needle on that one. It's okay to get a new idea. But that's not the vast majority. I got it.
Go ahead.
Nah, you got it. I'm sorry.
So I like to say I can like someone and not trust and respect them. I can respect someone and not like or trust them. And I can trust someone that I don't like or don't respect because I know who they are. My friend El Phoenix, who was like OG Clubhouse and brilliant and beautiful and just amazing person, then I can trust people. I was like, trust people? There are some crazy wackadoodles on the app. You can't trust people to do what they're going to do. And once you know what they're going to do, then you can trust them to do it because humans are pretty much going to human.
The thing I love the most is when these purported people that are doing so well, they want to act so tough on the app. And then they want to, challenge people to beat up. That's what, and it's so crazy when you see two people you can't stand and there's this part of the super friends and their relationship implodes and then they're threatening to fuck each other up. That's the best of Clubhouse,
No, that is the best of Clubhouse, and I've seen it so many times over the years on this app, especially on the so-called dark side. These people have been befriending and warring and fighting and sparring and doxing and threatening to kill each other for years. And one minute they're at each other's throat, and then the next day they're bonded and best friends. And then a week later they're airing each other's dirty laundry out. It's wild. And then the best part is when they all decide to meet up and have sex. And that goes completely sideways. And then they're back on the app telling everybody how bad the sexual encounters were. It's the craziest shit. This app is wild. That's why they love this social experiment. Edmund or Congressman, whatever his name is, his social experiment, I think he's going about this the wrong way. See, I've listened to him come in spaces like this and talk about how he's recording hours and hours and hours of footage. Okay, cool, there's nothing we can do about it. But sir, my creative mind is thinking, okay, well, why don't you put together Clubhouse seasons? You should have Clubhouse All-Stars. The most prominent voices on the app. The people who, are the most provocative, say the most outlandish things. Who's the top 10 personalities? The top 10 shows? The top 10 conversations? Season 1, Season 2, Season 3. There seems to not be any organization to John's social experiment with Clown House. He's going about this the wrong way, I think.
I think you're 100% right, man. This comedy gold on Clubhouse. And some of these rooms desperately need to be like published and studied. And there's like you said, there's seasons of this shit. One of my favorite shows of all time is Curb Your Enthusiasm, and some of the shit that goes on Clubhouse, man. But the Curb Your Enthusiasm episode, The Shade. It's just like the hilarity.
Larry David is Jewish.
Oh my goodness, I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know. Has Jerry Seinfeld ever been on Curb Your Enthusiasm? I don't think so.
Yeah, Jerry Seinfeld also Jewish.
I had the chance. Anytime I have the opportunity to do a shameless plug, I go there and take advantage. I had the opportunity to interview Larry David. He's just as funny in person as he is on TV.
He seems like a really good dude.
sixth room today was an eye opener. How I'm going to be navigating this app going forward and interacting with certain people because I was like, this shit is crazy. And this is not the first time. I don't know how far it went.
What happened? What happened?
No, just another anti-black woman room hosted by men who don't even date black women. It's so strange. So I was like, this is weird.
But you can throw a coin. You can throw a coin in the corridor in the hallway and find the gender grievance rooms, the war on men, the war on women. So are you shocked that it was led by SIG, or that there were comments there that you were like, now I am like new perspective on?
She's not being fair. There's a young man that lives in Detroit that wants to be up with Sig and fight. He hates Sig. He came in the room and said, "Y'all can't front. What they're saying about these black women is true."
Y'all are crazy. I wish
They bonded over the toxic gender war.
Yes.
Oh.
I can actually bonded over the subject.
What did they say about black women?
We're not going to repeat it, Dave. You just have to be here.
Yeah, please don't. You definitely have to be there or not. Don't be
David is a psyop. Do you see what he's doing?
That's gonna be a case.
Great psyop.
What relation that he's had with black women or with black women that has prompted his inspiration to host these rooms?
Docs.
And no, because you know what, Anna, the opportunity is today. I really don't care. I really don't even care what the genesis is. Like, why do you
like saying that I think that like by saying it out loud, like that maybe like it will. I think that maybe you should ask him like why he has a room open with some people in there. Just ask him.
Good point. Perhaps.
Yeah.
I muster up enough care, enough fucks to give, as they say. Because I really do like Sid for a number of reasons. So I never want to spar with him or be an enemy of Sid per se. But I also know, because I spend, as I like to say, an unhealthy amount of time on social media, I also know that this topic, attacking black women, slaying black women, this is very energetic for some of these speakers. This is the only way that they can get people into their room. This is the only way that they can drive conversation, get men from all backgrounds to rally around their talking points if it's bashing women, specifically black women. So I have to be very mindful of how much energy I give to these spaces.
chat, and this relates to our current conversation about how we can discern people's personalities and their motivations and stuff. There's a favorite quote that I really like: "Speak from your scars, not from your wounds." And the number of people that bleed all over Clubhouse stages is quite significant. And I like that quote. We should remember that quote. Anyway, that ties into SIG and the anti-Black women rooms. It ties into all the grievance rooms that we hear on the app every day.
Yeah, I don't know. I suppose there's some entertainment in toxic pure people getting on social audio and opening up space to host conversations with other toxic pure people around subjects that trigger them and allow them to center themselves and air out their grievances. I suppose so. There's only so much of it I can take on my own.
No, well, we agree. That's what I'm telling you. Like the rooms with 200, 300 people, because they've got the receipts and they just came back from a weekend with the other, the scripts, the storylines. They had rooms filled with people making crap up for the entertainment and enjoyment of others. And they can. And also, I like our rooms better than mine.
Yeah, I do too. I was just thinking today, man, I heard someone say, I don't know whose room I was in. Someone was like, yeah, you just should start following everyone on stage, which I don't do. I don't follow everyone on stages that I'm in. But, folks who, I've been making it a habit over the past couple of days. If I hear voices or statements from people who are like, I like the way you think, I'll follow them just to open up the hallway for me, open up new rooms, switch up the algorithm a little bit because it's getting a little boring. It has been for a while. The same rooms, the same conversations. But like I said, there are certain people who I will support. Like Monica, I saw you open the room earlier today about white women have the leftists going crazy. And I started to come in there when I was working to support because I wanted to hear what you had to say. Because the title was funny. It was the truth. And these folks have gone completely cuckoo over Sydney Sweeney. It is so strange.
So I have a PTR that I put up of a Black lady who's overweight, who's standing next to one of Sydney Sweeney's American Eagle ads, and she's dressed scantily, which is unfortunate for someone who is overweight, and shooting the bird at Sydney Sweeney's gorgeous American Eagle ad. And I think it triggered a couple people that I was making fun of Black women. Well, I wasn't making fun of Black women. I was juxtaposing a woman who could be more attractive and isn't, flipping off an attractive woman, and her intolerance at the other woman's beauty, her jealousy, her pettiness, her ugliness was much more than skin deep. And I understand that when I put up a PTR that's ambiguous, that might not relay what I wanted to convey. There's a heathenist serpent has a PTR of Sydney Sweeney in jeans fashioned as a swastika, and then calls her on it. And that's why I put up the PTR that I did. And I got more crap over my behavior than heathenists did, inferring that Sydney Sweeney was a Nazi. You can't make it up.
Yeah, I just saw the photo. I went through your pictures. I saw one you referred to. Yeah, I don't
pushy. Not that we don't have the fight or flight. We don't have the drive that our ancestors did for mere survival. So in order to feel relevant, we get mad at stupid stuff so we can have that drive, that push of anger. And I'm like, this is a luxury belief. This is a luxury belief, and it's foolish, and you should be laughed at.
You know, Monica, and on that note, I am so grateful and blessed to have this question. You know, luxury soft life, where I don't stress out over nonsense like this. I'm not stressed out over Project 2025. It's so fun. What they say? What the liberals play? That they're coming to lock up the blacks, ship us off, put us in cages. Sure. And now they're gonna lynch us because we're not blonde haired and blue eyed like Sydney Sweeney. Lord, today it's just too much. I just don't stress out over these things.
Did you see Doja Cat's impression of Sydney Sweeney?
And that way she needs to stop. She was MK Ultra and sacrificed. She's out of her
Oh
mind.
no.
Yeah.
So shameless plugs are leading in the poll. So I do want you to tell people about your Saturday room, please not.
Oh, my Saturday room where we talk about conspiracies and celebrities, politicians and UFOs, all that good stuff. PM Central, that's today. Press Hollywood. I'm getting better at not hosting marathon rooms no longer. You know, we used to go all night, well into the next day. But I think today we're just gonna go maybe an hour, hour and a half, perhaps, because it gets a little out of control.
Right.
You weren't there last week, but there was a big fight on stage last week.
Oh, well, now I have to go check out the replay, because, hello. I think...
No, don't check out the replay. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be deleting
No,
my replay.
no,
I'm realizing
you decided?
Yeah. I think I say too much sometimes, and it just gets... And then in hindsight, I'm like, you probably shouldn't have said that. Maybe you shouldn't have said that. I just get excited over time when I go to things.
Yeah, but that's what makes your space so great, is because you're like genuine and funny. So, okay, if you have to, but it's just a loss. That's what, like you're denying people the amazingness of it. But it's your room, it's your property, so you can do whatever you want.
You know what? Now that you said, I like that you said the amazingness of it. I think it just nurtured my ego slightly. So you convinced me to keep in mind. Thank you. Thank you for saying the amazingness of it. You sold me on the amazingness of it.
And you know, amazing doesn't have to be perfect. It can, like, there's a phrase in Japanese called wabi sabi. So they'll have a vase or an urn that's cracked. Well, instead of throwing it away, they put gold in the crack. And then the crack becomes art. And it's just beautifully flawed and gorgeous. And that's life, right?
Yeah, you certainly have a point. And listen, my rooms are a little bit different because not a lot of people do entertainment rooms anymore. Well, at least not anybody outside my little entertainment group of people that I follow. And even they don't do the type of entertainment rooms that I do. So it's a nice break from some of the ratchet rooms, the anti-black rooms, the political rooms. Which I don't mind the political rooms. But sometimes, you know, the political rooms tend to just start at point A but always end at the same talking points. And it's a little boring after a while.
So let me start some mess because I feel like the conversation's winding down. Jarl, your PTR is racist and offensive, and you really should consider changing your PTR, Jarl.
He said, sure, give him 1 minute. Wow.
No, Bigfoot AI videos are hysterical to me. Now, have you seen them?
I haven't seen the Bigfoots, but the baby AIs are funny.
Oh, those are so good. I haven't seen that, but the political ones. I'm like, you really don't like Trump? Watch Baby Trump, and maybe you can tolerate the message a little bit better because they're just so cute.
Wait, Monica, I have a link for you. Hold on, it's not baby, but it's Trump. And I think you might find this just as hilarious as I where it's kind of busted. Oh, here it is. This is so funny to me, and what makes it even funnier is this is a real exchange. I do believe this
There's
was
a
a real
bet.
exchange between Biden and Trump. Hold on, I think I put the right link. That link I just posted, Monica.
Alright, and I'm gonna find the Bigfoot one. They're like, he's outdoorsman talking about, oh my goodness, okay. Talking about, like, he's tending the fire and talking about his world problems and stuff. It's just so funny.
I have to start posting more less offensive content on Twitter. Because apparently my previous content was offending everyone. So now I'm just deciding to post movie clips and just quotes from other people instead of my previous propaganda pieces, I suppose. They were propaganda pieces. I don't know. Josh, I just read your comment, but I don't think I even understand what you mean. Saying the black man had to talk to white men like black men, white men like black men, gays, interracial gays. I don't know. Because even the white women left the room. There's a guy code as well. It's a cup code too. And a white man and black woman code too as well. That's a black man and white woman code.
Let me read the last sentence.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I've seen those patterns as well. So it looks like he's having a conversation with someone else. Let's see who else he's talking to. All right. Is he talking to himself? He's talking to himself. Josh, come up and talk to us instead of talking to yourself. So I
Make it
put
make sense, Josh. Make it make sense.
I put in one of the baby Trump videos in the thing, and then night I saw a video. It's AI generated of what happens when Black women get drafted into World War III. Would you like to see it or not?
It sounds funny. I actually would like to see it.
All right. So understand that it's not my video, and yeah. So I'm gonna put it in the chat for you to look at, and then I can delete it if you hate it. If you hate it, I will delete it. I promise.
Okay, so believe you just gonna post it open.
Yes. Oh my gosh. She's kind of charming and cute. When people are brutally honest with you, it for me I respect that. But they're gonna just be whoever they are and just like openly be whoever they are. You gotta honor that. And Josh has joined us. Josh, welcome.
It's Josh.
Josh.
Thank you. Yeah, excuse my voice. I just woke up. No, I was responding to what America Jones was bringing up. If you look at that part that I read, the very end is my response. But I don't know what your question. I know that Monica probably has questions. I don't know what you're asking.
Well, I've been appreciating your comments in the chat, so I'm very happy that you joined us this morning. And but your insight about sometimes it takes a long time to know someone is fair. And then sometimes I think some people are just very open with who they are. And if you listen hard enough, you can hear what they fear, what they are happy about, what angers them, what buttons they have. If you listen.
Oh, I agree. I agree. I have this skill with pattern recognition. I work in software engineering, so I'm really into patterns. So I don't get on stage very often because they're so contentious, and I'm pretty succinct person. I don't like to sit on stages all day, but I love to listen, and I love to learn. I like to listen to people, and I learn a lot from people. But I also see patterns, and on this app since 21, so the patterns are becoming more recognizable now. So, like when I first got on this app, it took a month for me to figure it out. But once I saw the pattern, like you said, there's some people that reject their trauma on here. Some people like to attack certain groups of people because it makes them feel better. So after a while, you see where people are coming from. Some will take a little bit longer to check out or to figure out because they play the smoke and mirrors a lot. So you think you're dealing with something, and then it takes months. And you see them in other rooms associated with certain other people. You say, wait a minute, I need to evaluate my view of that person. So, but yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Josh, I'm really glad that you came and speak to you. It's nice to sometimes get to talk to our chat warriors and we see all the time.
Yeah, I just added you, Josh. I like your spirit. So I don't think American like the.
Wait, hold on. Shout out to Faro. Sorry, Monica. I just want to give a quick shout out to Faro. What's up, Faro? Sorry, Monica. I just said, I knew voice I know this app is just a delight to chat with. Sorry, Monica.
Oh, well, that.
What's up?
High praise, Michael. You just got an ad. If Nye recommends you, then you're people that I want to know.
Yeah, he's definitely, so far, I think we've been in a handful of rooms together. He's cool people. I haven't been in enough spaces to fully gauge, where he stands on certain issues, but so far, I've really enjoyed what I've heard coming from this man.
Thanks, Nine. Anybody can ask me. I love to elaborate on any issue. I feel like that's our problem as grown folks who can't talk about the hard subjects without bashing each
know, especially in our community. Don't I know it?
For sure, I just left this one room. You know, it was a spiritual room, but I have to tell the brother, you can't, when you're trying to build with somebody, you can't bash their beliefs because that's going to turn them off immediately.
Yeah, you know, Monica, Hakima, who I adore, he got mad at me helped Vegas because he got a little upset. He said I was being anti-black, but all I did was call out the anti-blackness of this doggone app and share my opinions about, you know, I'm not, listen, y'all know I love black folks. I love my community, but I'm not above being, you know, a little constructive criticism, a little tough love, and apparently that's a no-no. We can't do this. Akima didn't want to do it. And quiet as kept, I think it was in one of Mojo's rooms earlier yesterday, I think. Mojo asked something, I forget what it was. Something about the hallways, I think. And I commented on it, and he turned to Akima and asked Akima where's his opinion. Akima didn't want to weigh in. And I was sitting off mic like, I already know why he doesn't weigh in, but he doesn't want to weigh in. He just gave me shit for weighing in on a similar topic in another room. So yeah, Farrell, we can't have these discussions. Our people don't like it. When we do it in front of mixed company, you know.
Hey, well, guess what? Stop acting like a jack, and then we won't have to, you know what I'm saying? I was looking in the comments, and I'm going to say this, and I know I'm about to catch flack for it. We ain't anti-black folks. We anti-niggas.
Oh, wait, we can't say that word on the stage. Wait, you're new. We can't say that word in here. Don't say the N-word. Don't say the N-word. I want you to say it.
Okay, I'm sorry. So just to clarify, that's what we are anti of, the N-word, not black folks, people. There's a big difference between the N-word and black folks.
Yeah, folks know it. They saw the Chris Rock stand up. They just like the fame, like they have outrageous selective outrage. We all know the difference, right?
I hope we do, but a lot of us seem to act like they don't.
You realize that for racists, you're exactly the same. There's no difference, right? So by you saying that, you're just justifying all the racist people saying shit like that. And they view you as the former. They don't view you as a black person.
Wait, what's racist? What are you saying? Because if we say there's a difference between N-words and black folks, that's racist? When black people
Yeah, I think that's racist. Yes, that's my opinion. Or colorist, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. That's just my opinion.
Why? Let me give you about his opinion.
But wait, this is the same guy who was in the chat helping debate saying you don't even like black people, period. So what are we talking about?
That's why I said it's
what? I never said that.
So check this out. How you say your name? Gerald?
Sure, Gerald.
So I love when non-people of color try to come up and say, I'm going to just say it. I love when white folks tell black people they're racist. First of all, this is what I like to say.
They call you racist, man. They call you racist.
You said my statement.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, so my statement. Let me see. I'm glad he let me on the show so I can rectify this shit. So listen. First of all, I'm a black man. Anything I do or say, well, not say, but anything I do, I could never be racist, bro. Do you know what racism is? People like to throw this word around and don't even know the meaning of it. First of all, me or my people have never, ever systematically or systemically oppressed a whole culture of people. I've never done that, and my people's never done that. We've never came and tried to kidnap, pillage, rape. We've never done none of that. So, but now if you say I'm prejudiced, you may have me there. But racism, my people have never, ever systematically oppressed a whole other race. So first of all, that's what you people need to understand about racism. Racism, bigotry, and prejudice, they're all...
Did I not say colorism? Did I not say more colorism, or whatever you want to call it? But thanks to the semantics, let's call it the dictionary.
No. My statement was racist, and I'm trying to let people know that there's a difference.
I said more colorist.
There's a difference.
Well, yeah, exactly. so because I don't care about the semantics. I think it's an offensive statement. I think it's a stupid statement. I think you're justifying white KKK racists because they say the same thing. And guess what? They don't differentiate between this type of black person or that type of black person.
There's
They're
a
all black.
I just want to say one thing. No, you're not going to say that yet. I'm speaking. Just hold on. You can speak to this minute, Sally, or wherever you are. Charles, here's the thing, though. You just kind of answered your own. You just kind of brought it full circle for yourself. The racists don't differentiate. You're right. To them, we're all N-words. But in the black community, we differentiate. We know the difference between black folks, upstanding Negroes, however we want to phrase it, and them N-words over there. See, we're not a monolith. We're not the same. The racists do not differentiate between the N-word and black folks. And Clubhouse is proof of that. Because they call any and all of us the N-words, no matter how smart we may be, how articulate we may be, how hard work we may be, how upstanding we may be, how we're holding down our families, our households, it doesn't matter. We're all N-words to these people.
But you just justified it.
We understand the difference. Well, we're black. We can do this. I don't know why it's a problem.
But people have called me a stand that word because I'm Lebanese. And then some people say that because I'm white, I'm, all of the nasty names and a white supremacist. And it's like, but then I'm a stand N-word. And then I'm fake white. And then I'm all this stuff. And when are we going to drop? Like, I don't subscribe to the race rhetoric. I see and I know what it's done in our nation's history, and it's awful. The only reason why we still talk about it because it's living rent free in people's heads, and people are talking about it. This race stuff, they use it against us to divide us on purpose and to separate. Okay, they do it on purpose. So when are we gonna stop talking about race? It's a social construct meant to do awful, evil things. And when sorry, the gentleman that was speaking that said there's no way that all black people could ever be racist or well, how do you know that to be true?
I just explained
No,
it
but
to
you're
you.
saying
That's how you
history. So
Yeah, sure. This is
the
cool.
future of maybe there'll be people that are like, no, we want to get back at all of those.
Okay, so now you're talking about future things. We're talking about things that's present and that's happening and the meaning of things. I said, if you really look up racism and know what it is, that is the systematic oppression of an entire race. We didn't have to put no color or anything on it. When you're using the definition, we can see what race has done this. And I want to take it a step further. Watch this. This is what black folks do. When we get something negative towards us, like the N-word, guess what we do? We take it in our culture and flip it and make it positive, N-I-G-G-A, never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. We take it and make it positive with our culture because it's been used in a negative way towards us so long. And then when we do that, take the negative word and make it positive for us, a term of endearment, we switch it. Guess what? Every other race, why can't I say it? Or why do you guys get to say it? Because you guys, and listen, two black people didn't meet each other in Africa, two different tribes, and come up and say, hey, you N-word. Or two Hispanic people didn't meet each other from different tribes and say, hey, the derogatory term, what they call Hispanic. So you have to understand, these are words that originated with the Caucasian race. They put that stigma on us. We didn't. So we took it, like I said, and changed it and made it positive, and that's not even satisfying. We can't even take nothing negative and make it positive without other races coming in talking about, why can't I say it? Why do they get to say this and we don't? Because you can't be a part of everything.
self-serving.
I just wanted to respond to Pharaoh. So I feel like he was targeting you with that, and I actually don't. Black people can say whatever they want. You can use the N-word. I really don't mind. But I think it's okay to have a conversation about you saying, oh well, there's these other black people and they're bad, and it's okay to categorize them with the N-word. But me, I'm not different, and that's why I'm not saying don't say the N-word, but I can still think that the way you're saying that is stupid and offensive. And if you don't want to have that conversation, it's fine. But I think that's totally different from telling you you can't use that word. That's not what I'm telling you. I'm telling you saying other black people are whatever. That's just dumb.
Well, listen, I think every culture is responsible, has a responsibility to call out the ratchets in their community. You know,
Absolutely.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. White people want to criticize white trash. Latinos want to criticize Latino trash, black trash. You're in your group, and you want to say, hey, there's a pocket within our community that the optics are just not good. They give the rest of us a bad name. Here's how we can do better, black folks. And I say black folks, I'm speaking from my own black ass experience. And I don't think there's anything wrong with black people dishing out tough love to our community. If it seems uppity and elitist and to do so to outsiders, so be it. But it is what it is. Do I want to go walk down the street and see black men with their pants sagging down, with their ass showing through their underwear, their tighty whities? Absolutely not. And somebody's got to call this dumb shit out, right? Among other things. Our elders don't want to see this. Our elders don't want to see this. Our elders don't want to have. Our elders should be saddled with taking care of babies that their young daughters or granddaughters are having, and they be bitching with the kids, and they go out and be wild in the streets, right? We shouldn't honor this no snitch code in the community. This is all ratchet N-word shit, and it's okay for black people to call it out. And if you're not in the community to understand my perspective, then all you have is to sit on the sidelines and criticize black people and how they navigate black culture. I mean, listen, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You're an N-word whether you are a positive, forward-thinking black. You're an N-word whether you're wilding out the streets to the outsiders. We can't win for losing, so we got to shut out the noise from the outsiders and handle our business from within.
It's interesting to see that, I feel like every single person has been, discriminated against. It's not about, what race you are, it's about what religion, and, or, what your political choices are. Or if people have always something negative to say, they will use anything that they can to leverage against you. It's bizarre, but I still want to know, how do we define what white is? And I also want to know, and I
How
don't
do you define what white is, and how do you identify as a white woman?
I don't subscribe to race. I said that already.
Legally, you are white, man. I
No,
just searched it up last time.
Hold on.
Legally, you're white.
Jaro.
And you look white. Go ahead.
Much better PTR, Jaro. Point.
Jaro, you live in Canada, right? Okay, so here in the United States of America, on our birth certificate, on our driver's license, it doesn't have race on there. Okay? On our birth certificate or driver's license. Okay?
No, on the birth certificate it does have race on birth certificate.
Not on mine, no, it doesn't.
Mine does. It says black. My mother says Negro.
My mother says Negro, yes.
Oh, no, mine doesn't. Does yours says that?
No, the
Yes,
older
mine
generation
says
is black.
Okay.
Yeah,
And my mother and grandfather's them says Negro.
Okay.
exactly. To Carol's point, yes.
But yeah, but what I'm to Gerald's point, he said, well, what do you no, I don't subscribe to anything. On my driver's license, that's my name, my date of birth, my address, my height, my weight. Those things. There's so many things to identify people as we're people. And so race is a social construct, and there's a reason why that is not implemented on our birth certificate
were surprised by the reactions and the submissions to these conversations. And this is not directed at Ann or Jarl in any way, although I suppose I should be a bit surprised that Jarl's like, oh, it's racist if you use N-word and black interchangeably, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, everybody has an opinion about these things and these words. And they throw the word freely around, right? Outside of these spaces, outside of black conversations, they throw the word freely around. And then when we get together and talk about the ways in which we use the word, then they want to police the language. Suddenly everybody's offended.
Absolutely.
But they'll go into other rooms with non-black people and call black people the N-word. They'll laugh and joke about it. You know, they'll say, oh, I was just joking. We don't really mean that, et cetera, et cetera. They don't call anybody out. They don't hold their fellow white man or woman to task or whomever's hurling the insult, right? As a matter of fact, many of these people love to sit in spaces with black folks who hate blackness. And they like to be co-modded and sit on these stages with black people who talk shit about blacks, because it gives them room and space to talk shit about blacks too. And then black folks in the audience are supposed to pretend like we didn't know and see that you were on these stages talking shit about blacks. So then you come into other rooms where we're in and then attempt to police the language that we use about blacks. So you just find that you pick and choose your battles and pick and choose who you respond to. Because you know at the end of the day, it's all selective fake outrage. People pretending like they're triggered.
I'm still in that fake outrage. I'm still outrage. That's exactly what it is. Fake outrage.
Okay, I'm gonna weigh in on this. And I was talking to some people yesterday about this. Good morning, hon. The continuous discussion of race is not interesting to me. But I'm gonna put something out here. I was a little girl, and sometimes I ramble, and so I'm gonna try to make it short. When I was a little girl, and my dad said that I was absolutely not allowed to say the Niger word. I will not say the word. He told me I was not allowed to say it. And that my mother was to spank me if I said the word ain't or that word. Okay? But he told me when he told me this story, this is what he told me. He said, my daddy was a cotton farmer, and he had to hire hands to pick cotton. And he paid a living wage to the people that he paid to pick cotton for him. And you know, there's a selfish part of that. That means you're going to get the best hands. But it also is just the right thing to do. And his neighbor said, why are you paying those people that much money? And he said, they go to the same grocery store I do, and they can't live on less money than that because I can't. And my granddaddy was tight, okay? And he said, I went uptown with my daddy, and there was a black man sitting on a bench. And he said, hey, John, come over here. I want you to meet the best old Niger that I've ever met. He said, my daddy does not mean anything by that word when he says it. It is the word that they called people when he was growing up. That was just what you called black people. Okay? So if he says that word, that doesn't mean he's a bad man, because he is not. Okay? But everybody first wants to say they got a black girlfriend. Well, I actually did really have a black girlfriend, and my son was raised with her son. And he was hanging out with this kid, and they were using, it was cool. The black kids were all using that word. And I told him, I said, I don't care if they use that word. You are absolutely not allowed to use that word. That's their in-culture word. That's what they say. They're being cool with each other. But I'm sorry, son, that is not a word that you are allowed to say. You could be videoed saying that word, and it could come back in some, not intentionally, and then they could come back and say, see, he said that word. You are not ever allowed for that word to come out of your mouth. Okay? And to your point now, I was raised in a You are precious. And I just got through telling somebody that, blacks are always getting offended by people talking about watermelon. Well, you need to just throw it back and say, and now I eat watermelon. I'm from the South and I eat fried chicken too. And some collard greens. But, okay. My daddy wasn't happy unless it was collard greens at Thanksgiving. All right? But I don't ever talk about it because people can be offended. But watermelon.
With me, I like fried chicken, watermelon with mint leaves.
Yes.
Feta, collard greens.
Yes.
We can talk about soul food.
Okay.
I'm not offended.
Okay, but
I'll grow up.
okay, but I'm gonna throw it in here. But you just throw it back to people. Watermelon has got the same thing in it. It acts on your body the same way as the blue pill. Okay, leaving you with that. I'll talk to y'all later.
Why is me? See, this is the thing that gets me right here. That whole that fake ass outrage, that whole conversation. Why the fuck would you? Sorry, because I get mad because you trying to sneak little disses in. Like I didn't catch that. I don't know if y'all caught it, but why would you even bring up watermelon and fried chicken when we having a conversation? See, that's what I be talking about. Why would you even bring up watermelon and fried chicken? That has nothing to do with the intellectual way that we're going on the development of the N-word or how other cultures think they can interject in our culture and tell us what to say and how to use our lingo. That's ours. So I don't know if y'all caught that, but wow, that was just watermelon and fried chicken. You had to bring that up.
And what say you, Ann? Was that racist, Ann, for her to bring up watermelon and fried chicken?
No, I mean, I think that it would be like ignorant to assume what people's intentions are, especially people that we don't know. So like
And why?
to jump to the conclusion that like what that her intentions were in poor taste or to like be any way that you took it. I just think that just does the conversation a disservice.
Hold on, Matt. Hang on, Matt. We're adults here. That is a nearly 85-year-old woman. Okay? She is the clubhouse grandma. And I don't think she didn't mean to offend your sensibilities. Like, we are capable of having adult conversation. You don't get into your baby and act like a bitch. She was an 80-year-old woman.
I didn't get offended at the slightest. I ain't get offended at the slightest by it. I see the type of rules every day. Like, yeah, man. All shit, man. Look, man. These white folks, they gonna look. Let me tap in, right?
Wait, one mic.
Let me tap in.
Hold on, one mic.
Let me tap in. I appreciate it, bro. So, I know y'all don't know. Man, these folks gonna do what they gonna do. They gonna act how they gonna act. They gonna say what they gonna say. You can't do nothing about it. They don't give two shits about what we think about what they do. We don't give a shit, give two shits about what they talking about. It's man, it's one of them things it's been here forever. And it ain't going nowhere. It ain't going nowhere till motherfuckers die and generations come and motherfuckers win, bro. It's a moot point, bro. That's all, man. Like it's you got people from different regions of the country, right? That deal with the same shit in different ways. See what I'm saying? So it's all good, bro.
Absolutely. We don't deal with that in Detroit, bro. You know how it is up this way. If you've been to the D, ain't none of that. But it's just like this lady that's the moderator. Hear what she said to me. Don't get in your feelings like a little bitch. Or whatever she said, right? Because I said I picked up what the 80-year-old woman was saying, and Annie and whatever her simplicity, however you say your name, they will never
nigga said she's an 80-year-old woman and this, that. They will never ever get it because they don't understand the black experience. And I'm 100% with you. Why do we care what they think? It's just when they come in and try to tell us, like NY said, how to regulate our culture. This is our culture, not y'all culture. Remember, y'all don't want to be a part of it. That's all I'm saying.
You're from Detroit. I am too. And let's just say
I'm from Detroit. I grew up on 90 Pound and Warren on the east side. So
okay.
not to be funny, but there's no one that looks like you ever over there.
Oh well, I've been downtown Detroit all the time. I go to the Tigers games. Obviously, if you live in Michigan, then you are a Detroit Tigers fan, no matter if they suck or if they're amazing. You go to the Tigers games. Every team is in downtown Detroit.
Right.
Where the Red Wings play, Motown. I mean, we want to talk about like where music started, like we all know, and it's beautiful to go down there and like the history behind every single building there. It's absolutely amazing, and it's weird because coming at Clubhouse, I was like, oh my gosh, like I go to Detroit all the time, and we don't talk to each other like this. we don't. Like, and I mean, I will say Michigan as a whole, but like especially in Detroit, there's like so much culture, but it's like people are just like very real, and they just like say what they think. And people that are from like that don't live there, that come to visit, they're like, oh my gosh, they're so harsh. And it's like, no, we're just like real, and people may take it like the wrong way, but I don't ever hear people in Detroit talking about this like race shit ever.
Right, that's what I just said. It's not, Detroit predominantly black, so I don't deal with a lot of outside until I come to Ohio, Toledo. Then it's more mixed. So, and why? Remember when you first met me? See the mentality, the difference. What I say when I first met you, and why I said, hey, I ain't from Michigan. I'm from Detroit. Detroit is our own state. Didn't I say that? That's our mentality here. Detroit is, I ain't from Michigan, I'm from the D. Detroit is our own nation, it's our own state. We different from everybody else in the country.
Is that Hakeem's back? Well, he's here, I should say back. Good old Hakeem.
I don't know if you know this, bro, but just yesterday, me and my partner was chopping up, and I found out that Detroit is like 85. The city of Detroit is like 85% black. That's like the blackest city in America. Next to
It's blacker than gas, Atlanta.
Atlanta ain't never. Atlanta is like 60% black. The city of Atlanta is like 60% black.
New York City has the highest population of black folks. That's the new chocolate city. New York has the highest population.
Hold on, fellas. I see we have Dolly. I want to give Dolly room to speak in case Dolly wanted to get in, jump in on what we've been talking about. Hi, Dolly. Are you there? Would you like to ask the conversation?
Oh, good morning. Hi, guys. I'm technically just up here because I was invited. My experience would be, or my opinion would be, I'm half black and half white. So I'm offended by almost all racial terms because I don't fit in either class exactly, except for my black family. The black side of my family is FBA.
using that word.
And why? Why
Me
is
too.
that? Why?
I feel like that. Like I probably use that word 30, 40 times a day. Why is it that you feel as being of the culture, right? Why is it that you feel disgust? I'm interested.
What you said? Why do I feel disgust? You said?
Yeah. Why is it that you don't like? Because you said you use it, so it's not disgust. But why is it that you don't like or being of the culture?
Because I do understand, you know, I understand outsiders' point of view. Because for them, that word has only one meaning. They don't understand the levels to that word in our community, and the ways in which we use it and who we use it at, right? It can take on different meaning, and that can be a mind fuck for the outsiders. On the grand scheme of things, knowing the history of the word, I do think it's an ugly, nasty, demeaning word. I don't think that black people are the N-word. Okay, I don't think that we should use it as a term of endearment because it really isn't. I understand that many of us believe there is power in taking back that word and redefining it and using it in a comical or entertaining or loving way. I get it. I'm not going to bash us for that. It doesn't mean that I accept it. Now, there are times where I do find the word appropriate, right? Like, let me give you an example. I was at the grocery store not too long ago. This black man thought that I could cut him in line at the deli when I did not. And he became completely enraged. Said he was going to go to the car to get his girlfriend to come not only beat my ass, but beat my mother's ass too. Now, one thing about me, I don't do loud talking. I don't argue with men. I don't do that shit, right? So to me, I'm thinking, yeah, that's an N-word. You're mad about the deli, sir. Now you want your girlfriend to come beat me up and beat my mother up. Now Erica Badu has this saying, and I'm not even going to use it correctly, so I'm gonna paraphrase. Erica Badu. Me, Nye McGee, I'm sweet as pie. I'm an angel. Okay? I don't like confrontation, arguments, drama, gossip. But to quote Erica Badu, if I'm pushed, I can turn into a bottle of Hennessy and a pack of Newports real quick. You dig? And that man was trying to turn me into a bottle of 45 and some Newports. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to give this N-word in energy set, right? So there's levels, Ho. You know this. I hate the word, but I use it when appropriate. Don't you? Don't you?
It rolls up. You don't understand how hard it is for me to talk to y'all right now when I say it. It's just.
Don't say it in here because it's banned in here. You'll be
It's
booted
just.
and banned.
It's a natural, like, it's just, okay, like, you are, hey, now, like, it's one of those words, and it's one of those many words that it's nothing to say, right? And I think that when people that are offended by it, because you don't seem to be the type that's offended by it, you just don't care for it, right? I think when you run across people that are offended by it, that aren't us, I just don't need to be around type of people. Because you're supposed to be able to be yourself everywhere you go. Anywhere you go, you're supposed to be able to be yourself. You know what I'm saying? Especially in a not in a business. When you're not in a business setting, when you're in a business setting, I understand. But anything outside of a business setting, you're supposed to be able to be yourself. If you can't be yourself, you probably don't need to be there. You probably don't need to be around other people.
But Hugo, I'm only half black, and the only time I've been called it is negative. Is in a derogatory, pointing out my black side in a non-friendly, like in a negative way. What was that?
People that you're around, that's your experience. That's what I was telling people. Your experience defines how you feel and think about stuff. Like when I'm in a room, Pretty Red's
Just like Nye was just explaining about the guy when she said, oh, for sure, he's an ER. He's not an A. I try to tell people this all the time. The difference between the ER and the ER is a crazy active individual that we don't want to be around. The A is never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. That's the part that we took and made. We dropped the ER and put the A and made it stand for something positive. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. So, what they, like she said, they don't want to understand that. Like this lady said, her side of the family is black, this side is white. And what I found out with most mixed people, from my experience, they always identify as either I'm black or I'm mixed. They never say they white. They never, from my experience, and I'm 51, when every mixed person I've ever met, they always say, like she said, you can't make me choose. They either say I'm black or I'm mixed. They never say that they're white. And that's, I always wanted to get a bunch of mixed people together, like do like a survey or ask them, and just, why do they all either identify black or mixed and not white? She just said it. She said, you can't make me pick. So basically she said, I'm mixed.
Because no one considers me white. No one considers me white.
Absolutely. Now you're getting somewhere to try to understand it, because the society views you. See, I got a mixed 10-year-old daughter that I'm raising by myself, man. Classy, no girl, no nothing. But her mother is black, white, and Mexican, and she always tries to push this mixed thing on her. I get that, but I asked my daughter, I say, babe, how do you feel since you're 10 and been living in the world? Do you feel like a white woman, a mixed woman, or do you feel like a black woman? How does my baby at 10-year-old said, Dad, the world treat me like I'm a black woman.
Listen, this means nothing at all, but as you guys are speaking about mixed people, I'm triggered. No disrespect to anybody mixed, because I have no problem with mixed people at all. I'm triggered because two of my exes were mixed. They were crazy as fuck, but they love the hell out of my black ass. There's one thing about dating mixed men. From my experience, they love black women. Not all. They're crazy as hell.
I think not all black women, and why? I think not.
Everybody loves black women. Like, everybody loves black women.
So we've come full circle from Six Room? Okay.
Well, Monica, I don't know. It just depends. He needs some mixed race men on that stage. Preferably ones who were raised by, well, I guess it doesn't matter. Because my one ex, his mom was white. My other ex, his mom was, oh no, they both have white moms. Interesting. And they only fuck with white and black women. So it's interesting. He needs some mixed race men on there too. But they probably would give him shit. You know, if you're a man, regardless of what color you are, and you come into a space like that, you defend black women, you are going to be dragged off the stage. So no, as a matter of fact, I don't want those voices on the stage to be attacked. Listen, you weren't
always going to defend black women. My mama black.
Yeah, there was a room earlier. Well, there's a lot of rooms like that on this app, Pharaoh. Pharaoh's new to the clubhouse, so he probably hasn't seen all the anti-black rooms, specifically the anti-black female rooms ran by.
No, I ain't seen none of that. And why? Like I said, my little brother just turned me on a month ago. JB said the app is 5 years old, so I'm late. I ain't got no social media. I'm gonna get a Facebook. I'm gonna get Instagram, all of that. I need to get up with the times. I'm still old-fashioned. I still like to knock my women off by pulling up in that caddy.
That's how it should be. Playing
That's the way they do it. That's the way they do it.
I still like the court girls. I still like to take them out to the movies, go buy food, and you know what I'm saying? Talk shit. I still like to do that. It's like so impersonal on on this social media, hey, how you doing? Let's meet up. Damn, why be serial killer, baby?
You know, you got the right idea. Meeting person, people pulling up, et cetera, trying to have face-to-face interactions. I mean, social media, though, social media sure is a great place to meet people if you live in a town where you can't get out and meet people the traditional way. But then the problem with social media is you never know who is behind the screen, if you're getting true, authentic people, or if everyone's a catfish or a troll, you know. So,
or a predator. Or a predator.
yeah.
All people that have met in person on Clubhouse are like who they are on here is genuinely who they are in real life. So that was like pleasant. Stick, QP are two of them, and they're great guys. But yeah, which was like pretty awesome. So like I don't know, don't be if you like if you've been staff for a few years and you've been like talking with people for a few years and you're in the same area and enjoy a conversation with them over the course of a couple of years, why not?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind meeting Sig and KP in real life. I do like them on this app.
Yeah, they are like who they are on here. Like they're like genuine down to earth people. They're cool.
Nah, I want to meet JB. He's silly as hell. He told me the other day when he did that nickel for me, right? So I finally got it out of him. But the social media, yeah, man, it's thing. So now I know a little bit about me, y'all. I did 20 years. So I've been home for a few years. I've been home like 4 years. So
Glad you made it up out there, my boy.
yeah, I'm a barber. Got my own barber and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I got a 10-year-old by myself. So that's why I'm not on social media because it's like so foreign to me. It's just like I be looking at like, huh? This is going on and stuff. So when my little brother turned me on to this, he was like, Nick, boy, you like to talk a lot, and you be having something to say. You need to get on this app and see where it takes you. Because he was like, your dude Whack 100. This is where he came from, Clubhouse. So I said, oh, for real? So that's what got me on here, and I kind of like it, man. It's a good space to build because I like building. That's what we be doing in my barbershop every week. Like tomorrow, we're about to have a big session in there. A lot of my homies is 5%ers, so y'all know what I'm going through. So, but I like this space.
You know, Clubhouse is cool.
Are the 5%ers like Proud Boys?
Well, 5%ers is they call themselves the nations of earth and gods, meaning that 85% of the world is dumb, deaf, and blind and lost. 15% of the world know the knowledge, but they use it for evil. The politicians, senators, and all that.
100%.
No, that's 85. That's 95, 80, and 15. And then the 5% is left.
100%.
Yes, the 5% will make up the 100, but the 5%ers are supposed to be the ones that got the true knowledge, but they use it for good instead of evil. So I go with that philosophy a little bit because the numbers, but Yaku did not go in okay than gene splice to make white folks. He did not. No. No. So they got a lot of crazy beliefs.
Probably 80, 15, 5, 95. But okay.
No, they say 80% is dumb, deaf, and blind. 15%, which will make up 95%, they have the knowledge for evil, for good knowledge.
You misspoke, bro. You just saying that you misspoke, bro.
Oh, my fault. Oh, my fault. Oh, okay, y'all. So that's what a lot of my homies is, and I be trying to build with them, and it's just, man, they lost on it, bro. They just so lost. I don't understand a lot of times when it's right in your face, but like one of my old school homies say, Pharaoh, if you don't know, you just don't know. If you don't know, you just don't know.
Yeah, Drake said my dog was doing Louis Bell. That's how you know my dad and my mama. I'm sorry. I mean, bars. Go ahead. I heard my name.
That was
I too only love my mother and my pet. That's amazing.
Right? Like, seriously. What else needs to be said? I only love my dad and my mama. Okay. Go ahead, Carl. I think I heard you say my.
No, I've been meaning to ask you, what state you out of?
I'm not far from Detroit. I'm in Chicago, baby. I was just in Detroit. Me and my people drove up there for something, like a year ago. Maybe it was earlier this year. I think it was to see a basketball game. Was that? Yeah. I think we went up there to see a basketball game.
Okay, I got homies in Chirac. I got a few homies in Chirac.
Yeah, I lived in LA for 20 years, though. I lived there for about 20 years. Where I work in the film and TV business, still do, but I work myself to a state where, and I work myself up to a position where I can live anywhere now and still do my job. So if I moved out of the country, I can still work, you know? With the exception of
ideas about films.
Say that again?
We need to link up. I got a lot of ideas about films and movies. You know, when I was doing my little time in the Army, that's what kept me, man. I got so many stories and books and movies that I was sitting in that cell writing down. When I got this one movie called Imani State. It's about a black girl in the bayou that has premonitions when she touches you. And if she has sex with you, the premonitions actually comes to fruition.
That's a sci-fi horror thriller mind fuck, it sounds like. Right?
And then I got one called In God We Trust. It's about a black mega church where the guy's fronting as a good pastor, like a T.D. Jakes, but by night he's one of the biggest drug dealers in America, and he washes his money through the mega church. It's called In God We Trust.
You know, I've been working on a similar script for a couple of years. It's my passion project. You know, I believe in manifestation. I've been putting out in the universe that this project is going to be an Oscar-nominated work. I've been working with some Hebrew Israelites, and I know how we might feel about the Hebrew Israelites. But I've been working with some leaders of certain sects to flesh out my pastor character. My pastor character is not a Hebrew Israelite, but in listening to some of these guys on this app, they're very eloquent. They have a way with words and a way with interpreting the scripture that I find intriguing. So I've been, tapping into some of them to get their help with writing the sermons for this script. I'm really proud of this script. I can't wait till we kind of get it.
What's it called?
That switch is not, intellectual property and stuff.
Exactly. You know what, though? I'm so hesitant to say. I keep it so close to the heart. I don't even want to say the name of it. I'm going to be honest with you.
Put it out like you said. Manifestation. Put it out there, baby. Manifestation. Like this.
Just speaking on it now, that's good. And then, now you know how much we like Jordan Peterson. Have you done the self-authoring program with him?
No, but I should look into that.
Oh, right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know what? I used to host a lot of how-to sessions here on Clubhouse for filmmakers, actors, writers, and TV. How to work with media, how to pitch, how to get an agent, blah, blah, blah. And I've compiled it all into book form. And I've been trying to think about the best way to publish it. So maybe you said George Peterson has a self-publishing?
Yeah, self-authoring program where you write down what you want your life to look like in 5 or 10 years. And what he says, when you write it down, you're aiming up. So that even if you had big, hairy, audacious goals, and you don't meet them when you want to meet them, doesn't mean like you're just aiming yourself toward them, right? And was it when you shoot for the moon, you'll land among the stars, even if you don't get to the moon? Like there's something to that. Or fixing yourself, orienting yourself toward your
chat too, but I'll send it to you in the back channel.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a huge believer in manifestation because I've seen it work so many times in my life and I've been involved. I mean, I've told you, you probably have heard my Doctor Who manifestation story, right? But in case you haven't, allow me to just brag briefly. I don't make patience about it.
No, I want to hear it. No, I want to hear it. I don't think I remember it. Go ahead.
So some of y'all know I'm a huge Doctor Who fanatic. I mean, fanatic. And so a couple months ago, I was reading about some updates about the series, whether it's going to come back another season. Disney and the BBC are fighting over the IP, and of course, the past 2 seasons, the show has been led by the first black male Doctor Who. And so I was watching some interviews with him recently as I was reading reports about whether or not he would be coming back to the show. And so I've always heard in my capacity as an entertainment news reporter that the BBC is very, very specific about what media they grant interviews to with the Doctor Who cast. I've always heard that the Doctor Who cast is impossible to get an interview with unless you are just in with the BBC. And so over the years, I've never been pitched to Doctor Who, never been able to get close to Doctor Who people at all. And so about 2 months ago, I'm in my room reading about Doctor Who, reading about the new Black Doctor, and I was watching some interviews and remarking how beautiful this man is. Like, he is just stunning to me, right? He's not traditionally handsome. I would describe him as beautiful. His skin is just flawless. He glows. That melanin is just delicious. And I remember thinking to myself, if I ever get a chance to interview him, I'm going to ask him about his skincare routine. Like, what is his skincare process, right? What's his regimen? And Monica, I swear, 2, 3, 4 days later, I get a pitch from the BBC in my inbox. I was stunned when I saw the subject of the email, Doctor Who Season 2 interview request. And I open it up and it says, hey, Nye, do you want to interview Chukwuti Gatwa and his new companion? And I just died. This is not real life, I'm thinking. And of course, okay, so the interview happens. I get my little 7-minute interview, and at the end of the interview, I got to ask him about his skincare, and he just loved it. And I clipped it, the clip went viral. I clipped that little section talking about his skincare, it went viral. And so, yeah, the power of manifestation is so real, right? I did it one other time. I'll say this and I'll land and I'll shut the fuck up. Because I gotta go get my coffee. Well, when I was living in LA, y'all remember the Boys in the Hood movie came out? They did the Boys in the Hood movie. And I was walking through my apartment to the coffee break, and they had this big poster up for the movie, advertising the movie. And I remember thinking, man, I grew up listening to NWA. It would be so cool if I could get on the press tour for the Boys in the Hood junket. And sure enough, I said it out loud while I'm walking to get coffee. Lord, I want to be on this Boys in the Hood. And about a week later, there I am on the Boys in the Hood, talking to members of NWA and the cast. So these are just, I can name many moments of manifestation because it's real. And I'm so passionate about it because I've been on Clubhouse and have heard numerous people mock manifestation. They don't think it's real. They think it's something that only Black Christian women talk about. And I disagree. So shout out to people who are believers, who believe if you dream it, if you think it, if you say it, it will come true, right? So thanks for letting me share.
Can I take it a little deeper? Because I've been in it too now for the last 5, 6, 7 years. And watch this. I'm so glad you brought that up. This is for everybody, even for the non-believers of manifestation. People, watch this. We do it all the time, but such on a small level that we take it for granted and don't even think it is what it is. Let me give you a bunch of examples on a small level. Say you haven't seen somebody and y'all just talking about him and y'all ain't seen him or her for months or however long, and y'all talking about him, and then they pop up. We done done that a lot of times on different levels, and people don't think what it is but it is what it is. You spoke them into existence or spoke them up and they popped up. Now, we don't look at it like that because of our thought process and in our training or our indoctrination. But I'm so glad you said that, not because manifestation is real, because I've been manifesting since I got out. I used to sit up in that cell and look up at the ceiling, like the song say, and manifest me getting out, raising my hand in the classroom, trying to finish my bachelor's, and they spewing out that bull, and look, I done that. I sat up in that cell and thought about getting my barber license and getting a shop and raising my kids, and guess what I'm doing? All of that. So manifestation, sometimes when you first start out, because you're not in tune with it and you've been thinking the way you think it's doubt, it'll take a long time. You may manifest every 5-6 months or every 4 years, but once you get good at it and start knowing and stop believing and knowing, the manifestations come on the regular every other day and once a week, things like that.
I'm trying to link your YouTube video from your bio to attach it in the chat. It's not copy and pasting for me. Can you grab it? Because people are interested in hearing your Dr. Who interview with you. And I wanted to give them the link.
Okay, yeah. Let me grab the Doctor Who interview. Hold on. Let me grab it, guys.
The self-authoring program by Jordan Peterson is in the chat. Also, there is a fee to it. I don't get any kickback from it. But if you are lost and looking for direction in your life, I recommend it. So I'm really enjoying this poll. Currently in the lead is the culture wars and who's winning. And Andrew Breitbart said politics is downstream from culture, and I believe it. And I think there's evidence of a culture shift in America. What we need to decide, is it going to benefit us now and in the future, or is it the wrong direction? I'm going to put your interview in the White House Chosen Discord. What chat would that be best in? I think probably Cinnamon. You're welcome.
Yeah, I haven't updated my YouTube channel in weeks because of issues I'm having with YouTube and one of the outlets I work for doesn't post the same content, which is, expected, but now I have to do double work. I have to edit multiple versions of my interviews so that we don't get hit with copyright, restrictions. So I'm finding that I'm posting a lot of videos on my Facebook just to kind of avoid the YouTube restrictions.
Right. Well, have you
I'll get hit with keep the questions to the topic focused on the show. Don't ask anything gossipy. Don't ask anything about the personal life. It doesn't happen often, but it happens every once in a while. But not often. And if they don't give me, if they don't flag it, then I will take advantage. I'll always keep the interviews professional and to the point, to the topic. Then I'll wait to the very end to ask a question that might
that you really want to know.
Exactly. And generally the celebrity will answer. They don't give any pushback. They don't get upset about it. They want to answer it, they'll answer it. Not the only person who was like they didn't want to answer something who was that. Oh God. It was a true story. Was it Bobby Cannavale? I don't think so. No, it was Billy Zane. Billy Zane used to be a hockey back in the day, if you're old enough to remember Billy Zane. He was playing, I interviewed him for Lifetime Movie Network about a year ago. He was playing a coach, a college athletic coach who was seducing the students, taking advantage of the students. He was pimping out the students. That's what it was. So this real life coach is in prison now. He's doing like life. So I asked Billy Zane something about if he could meet that real life coach, pick his brain, ask him questions, especially if it was to prepare for the role. What would he ask him? He didn't want to touch on that. He was very. I forget what his excuse is. I think he said he doesn't like to deal in hypotheticals. And I said, okay,
Got you.
yeah. So we just moved on from that. But generally they'll answer. They don't mind. I'll tell you this last example. Salt and Pepper. Pepper from she's on a reality show. I think it's Love and Hip Hop. I think. And one season, her and her niece had some drama, some major drama, and there was a huge family falling out that stretched over a couple seasons. So when they put me in front of Pepper and her niece for an interview, they told me before the interview starts, don't ask questions about this, that, and the other. The personal drama was going on off camera. And I said, okay. But as the interview progressed, Pepper brought it up. She brought up the drama. So I'm like, fuck it. She told me not to bring it up. Since she brought it up, she opened the door, I'm gonna walk right in. And so she opened the door, I walked right in, and we unpacked that subject. She didn't mind talking about it. So sometimes it's just a matter of reading the room. If the celebrity opens the door to a subject that their handler said don't touch on, then I'm gonna touch on it. Because they've already opened the door, they've already given the green light that we can go there to some degree,
Yeah. No, there are people on the app who will ask pointed questions, and then when you answer them as honestly as possible, they'll say you're lying, or like how do you handle the people who, because you're an interviewer, right? You don't ask questions that you don't accept the answers to. Now you might probe or question their responses, but it's always to get the information, not to call them ratchet lying hoes. So what's your advice on that?
Wait, what's the question? No, I missed the question. How do I?
Yeah, the pointed questions that they don't really care about the answers, and then you take the trouble to answer them, and then they're like, yeah, you're lying. That's not true. You don't believe that. Or, kind of that kind of thing. Do you just stop engaging with them because they're obviously have an agenda that you're not complying to, so it's making them cranky?
If you mean as it relates to the few folks that I interview, I don't really have that problem. Because one thing I've learned about the art of the interview is I always ask questions that are designed to get them to open up and to want to overshare. That's the key. And so I always find that the type of questions that I ask, the subject is
Wars interviews because this is good stuff. This is interesting behind the scenes look at the people that are on the screen. This is really
I'm
cool.
worried though when I get sued if I mention these people's names. That's the thing about it. What
Well, if it's true,
do I have?
you have documentation of the interviews. They're on public record. It's not like you're saying anything that they didn't tell you. And did they say anything off the like I wouldn't put anything that they said, now this is off the record time, just between you and I. Like I wouldn't do that but yeah, a compilation of your greatest hits, that would be cool.
Oh, I like that. No, I think I like that. Call a non-compilation. Good idea, Monica. You got the wheel spinning.
I have a couple every once in a while. Not all my ideas, not are good ideas, but sometimes. All right, are we ready to put this room to bed? I really did like this poll question. I think I screenshotted it. I'm gonna have to run it in a couple rooms because I like learning what people want people to talk about, and I think it's very relevant in the culture wars. I think that's how we develop as a society or regress as a society. I had feedback for our new friend about him coming down so hard on Shirley. I think he heard whistles that weren't there, but he can.
You know, I agree. I started to say something too, but other people wanted to talk, so I just let other people talk. Because my point of view was, listen, sometimes Southern white folks just like to find that one black person that they can vibe with. As it relates to soul food, ain't nothing wrong with it. That woman wants to eat some fried chicken and watermelon. Let that woman enjoy her fried chicken and watermelon. That's the thing. Racist. Who doesn't like fried chicken and watermelon, right?
I have watermelon soaking in amaretto alcohol right now in my fridge. So if you want to judge me, you can.
That sounds delicious.
But yeah.
You know what makes me mad? Like, I don't know issues with Shirley later. She's the last person in the world that I want to jump up and defend, but I don't know. My mom just raised me. You respect your elders. I don't care how wrong they are. It's just a matter of respecting the elders. They have some goofy, wacky ideas, okay? But you sit there and you nod your head and you be polite. You keep it there. I don't know. I have a hard time with it.
I share her love of fried chicken too. I might have Popeyes on speed dial. Like, you can judge me if you want. Was it Nye that said your opinion of me doesn't matter? It's none of my business.
You know what I'm saying? I just find once you reach a certain age, you have to live in your truth and just live your best life. Listen, what's that comedian name? Jennifer Lewis, she jokes. She's older than me. I don't know. I think she's maybe in her 60s. I'm not sure. But she's always jokes that she has like 20, 30 summers left, meaning how many years she has left on this earth. And I love that outlook because it's like, let people say what they want to say. You will not rob me of the 20, 30, 40 summers that I have left. Meaning I'm not going to stress out about people's opinion of me. I'll just tread, especially on this app, I'll just tread lightly. You know the spaces you should go into, the people you should navigate with and interact with.
Now I do. But that took some bruising.
Exactly. Monica, one of my friends popped into this room earlier, and they heard you speak for the first time, so they're texting me off the app, because we were texting a lot on the app to produce a documentary, and he's like,
so nervous.
He said, is that the infamous Monica's voice? I said, that's the infamous Monica.
was worried that he had a judgment call on whatever it was I said while he was listening. But
well, we didn't have any judgments. He was just surprised. I think he said you didn't sound anything like he expected. You have a really soft, angelic voice. So no, he didn't say anything crazy.
wait, the white demon parasite didn't come through. I'm gonna have to work on that.
The demon dragon didn't come through.
Oh, geez. Oh, man, I miss her. I hope she's well. Little dragon demon. Okay, so in the chat is Josh Johnson. He's one of my new favorite comedians. Have you guys heard of him?
I don't think so, but let me look at his face. Sometimes I know these comedians might think.
He is a handsome young man who has insight on humanity and will bring up current topics to talk about, and he does it with such grace and finesse. I know of him from a few years ago before he's hosted The Daily Show, I think, once or twice. I know of him because when he catfished the KKK, and that story was hilarious. And I've been tracking him recently because he's been doing his Flowers tour. So I hope you like him and you put it out in the universe that you get to interview him, so I can be in the audience fangirling over Nye and Josh. But this link is how a TikTok craze is healing wounded men, and I just love it. They talk about this prank that you're supposed to play with your friends. Guys just call their male friends at night to say, yeah, I just wanted to wish you a good night, sweet dreams. And the reactions that men have over their men friends checking in on them range from, oh my gosh, like you just saved me from self-harm, to, man, you're weird, get out of here. It's just amazing.
Yes, I have seen some of these viral videos. You're right, they are hilarious.
And he did one about Trump and Elon Musk when the breakup happened. And he opened it telling a story about his elementary school, about how there was a bully that no one liked. He was a big bruiser. He would just be mean to everybody. And then there was this skinny ADHD kid who was annoying as hell and clumsy. And he ran into the bully, and the bully said, that's it, we're going to fight after school. And he said, you never had seen such a unifying event, that everybody was invested in this fight, because they were pretty sure the little guy would not win, but the little guy was so irritating that him being clocked by the big guy would kind of be okay. And then he goes, and then I think about Trump and Elon Musk, and it was just like, that's so funny. It was so good. I'm going to have to find that one too. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Is it worth me looking for it?
I would like to see it. If you can't find it now, send it to me on my back channel.
Yeah, I will.
Before we close the room, if we close the room, well, I think we are. I have to say, I don't see much of my man Michael Knowles. The algorithm doesn't show me enough Michael Knowles. What's up with that, Monica? You know I'm obsessed. Twitter, never see his videos come down daily. Oh, it's online. Michael Knowles, I feel like the algorithm does not give this man enough brain time. It's not on my screen. Do you want it on?
I do not. The last time I saw Michael Knowles, he was doing an ad for Prager University, and I like him too. I think he's pretty charming. I'm putting the video, I think it is a 45-minute video of him talking about Elon Musk and Trump. I think this is it, but I'm not things like men are being healed by a TikTok joke. I need to bring that to a replay on Clubhouse because anything I can do to support the good men that are going through it, in part by not being recognized as being good, decent men, and in part by the bad element of women folk who insist on trotting good men underneath their heels in pursuit of wallets. Like, I will. You know, just like I will uplift women who are good women against and the masculinity mentioned because, hello, you know, not all, some, but not all. Mother's here.
Hi, Mother.
Hey, good morning, my little pookie pookies. How are you guys?
Happy Saturday.
I'm getting ready to get up and go to my fitness class, and then I gotta go to yoga, and then I'm gonna go with brunch with the girls. Then I'm gonna get
Nice.
Then I'm gonna go get a massage. I'll have a wonderful day with my son.
Beautiful day. Like, Mother, do you resent or have a problem with people calling you your first name?
Okay, call me whatever you want. Call me.
Okay.
People forget like Mother's this is a TV show character. Like Mother's
Right.
Superiors from June. Like it's not. I'm not emotionally attached to it. People get their kind of hoopla about it. I'm like, why do you care so much?
Well, they think to weaponize your first name against you, and some people think it's a weapon using people's first names formerly used on the app. They think it's a form of doxing. I never got that vibe from you, and I quite like your first name. So yeah, I like it. So thank you for the. But it was so funny last night on that stage where it was like, you want me to tell you your first name? You want me to say it? Huh? And I'm like, God, slow down.
And then I was like, say it. I don't care.
Right. And it took. I mean, I think he was targeting you, but also targeting me. And I was like, it's not necessary to do that, sir. Like,
One thing on this app too is I think he got a little triggered when I said he sounds more like a fag than I do. That's probably what that's why I pissed him off. Like you have a more high pitched feminine voice than you, man. How does that feel? Yeah, I wouldn't like that as a straight man either, to be fair.
But what happened, right? See, I always forget. Like, I have to remember that sometimes people react aggressively because they've heard something that I've missed. But
I hit a sore spot because I'm sure I'm not the first person to bring it up. Like he got really mad.
But you insulted him because of what?
Because his high pitched voice.
But no, there was something before that. Like, you wouldn't have just targeted him like that, would you? Without reason.
No, I think I started.
I think you did?
Yeah, I started.
I thought he was not letting you speak or something, or he was coming in demanding something, and it was like he came in strong.
I will own my shit. This is 100% being initiated. You know, sometimes when
I
you come with
appreciate
this
that.
and you want some violence, that was easier.
Did you get what you wanted?
Yes.
Very good, I guess. I don't know. I just see people slinging arrows and hitting innocent bystanders, and I'm just like, oh, did you have to? Like in my PTR album, you'll see a large black woman shooting the bird at Sydney Sweeney in her American Eagle ad. I'm not targeting obese women. I'm not targeting black women. I'm targeting the attitude of hatred and envy and jealousy that is conveying to me. But because of who I am, that PTR can get wildly misinterpreted that I'm punching down. I'm not. I'm punching laterally. So, alright, I actually think we're ready to close the room. Serendipity, what do you think?
Bye, everyone. Have a good day.
Y'all have a good day. have no control over that. It's just part of the risk you must risk to get your ideas out on this audio app. All right, Serendipity, have a great day. Bye, Dolly. Bye, Kima. Y'all guys take care, and I'll see some of you around the clubhouse.
facts, and those facts substantiate those facts, and so on and so forth. Remember the causal chain that I was talking to you about? Right, my causal chain is not broken.
I thought you were just saying strong emergence as a fact.
Well, let's say if you're not going to use the word emergence, then give me the right word to use. Then promotion.
Well, it was just less about the wording. It's just more of the theory that I disagree with to an extent. You know, because I see it from a naturalistic point of view, and I think actually we could probably fit that definition to some degree. Would you agree with that?
So listen, what we're doing is kicking the can down the road, my brother. That's
all I'm saying is that nature is responsible for rather than your needs.
All right, then you just keep it down the road, because I'm going to tell you that the nature that you rely on to be consistent is going to be because of my God. So you're not really saying anything. I see that.
I don't allow nature to be consistent, that consistent. You know, it's not always only one thing.
So if how is it intelligible that we eat out over 90%? Isn't it beautiful? Really speaking, I'm really getting hit with a text message that they're sending at work.
Because the sun turns to a white giant at some point.
Oh, no. You can't go with that theory. That's not emergent. That's used the word emergent.
That's a stating that the sun is a star. It has a certain light.
What makes sense of that?
It's the conditions will not be what they are now. So I don't consistent. It's not consistent with what it is now.
We can't look into the future. We can't look into the future that much.
So we can't tell. We can't use science to tell.
They're rethinking the idea of there being a red death. They're starting to rethink that idea that's probably never going to happen.
Never going to happen.
Yes.
An everlasting star.
Well, it's lighting up ones that are out there that are a lot older than ours.
But then it doesn't mean they're going to last forever.
I'm fighting forever, right? Like a billion years. This is a very long time.
True, but it still has a finite ending to it.
As far as we know, it's not definitive.
His argument is that basically that is forever. Not mine. I mean,
how can these elements evolve within 1 billion years that already happened with the previous billion years? I mean, we don't know. So yeah, it could be forever. We just don't know. So you're expecting, right, that the way it's uniformed, right, it's called the principle of not the principle of uniformitarianism. You're saying that in the beginning of the universe, that the electron weighed exactly the way it does now. So all the predictions that you're going to make about the past and the future, that electron will remain. Lorenzo, you don't have evidence to prove that.
But I mean,
You're just assuming that to be the case so that you can speak intelligently.
No, that's not it. If you assume that that's the sun,
the red death and how it's explained, they're remaking that idea.
So bottom line is, either or, it's going to not be what it is now. It's going to die and starve itself.
No, it can float up into a black hole.
Either way, it's not going to be what it is now, right? It's not going to be what it is now. Life on Earth will not be as consistent.
That's not definitive, though. Good point, David.
Okay. So it's not definitive that every star will eventually die. Well, I mean, if you follow that, then you go against the fundamental principle of astrophysics. That every star will eventually die.
Sounds like that principle seems to be your God. That principle can't ever change, right?
It's just that principle is scientific understanding that I follow.
Sounds like an eternal principle to you, brother.
No, it just.
And how many times has science been invented to a different theory?
True, a lot.
So in the next 2 billion years before our star supposedly dies, can that happen again?
What exactly is star?
Can a scientific theory, as far as you know, it change in those 1 billion years?
Daniel, there's a fundamental principle that Earth was the center of the universe. This is the best understanding we can have the word. Oh, exactly. So, right. I guarantee you that principle's going to change. That understanding's going to change. Right now, that's the you have to measure right now. If you have to correct in the past, now you're saying the same what it could be that was not for force.
Now, he's charitable towards his explanation there. He's saying, because he's saying that we thought we were the center of the universe, right? But most scientists that believed in the geocentric model were still justified by their assumptions and their experience and their experiments, right? They're not completely wrong because it is relative. So we're not going to tell those scientists, oh, you did all this for nothing. But we still have to understand the universe as itself, the observable universe. We're in the middle of that. Science has a very difficult way of putting this picture out there because it does look like we are the center of the universe, even though we're not. Right? Because it's relative to where the center is. Because the center really is really not the center. Because the center of gravity of the sun is not the center of the sun, right? Or the center of our Earth. It's the center of gravity in between the star and the planet, right? So what's the center? Is it the center of the Earth, the center of the sun, or the center of gravity? That's the question you gotta ask yourself.
Of course, you use those examples to show that science can be faulty.
No, they're still justified by the scientific discoveries because nothing supersedes the observation. Right? So the observation of things going around each other, that's observation. We're just looking at it. So all those men that studied the geocentric model, and then we switched to the heliocentric model, those men are still remembered as intelligent scientists because they were completely justified by the police. They understood the universe is working the way it did. So all those experiments are still justified by the belief of geocentrism.
Okay, all right. Now you see all this fancy stuff. This one guy was really believed that the star, that the sun is not going to die as you put it on how you say it. I don't want to say something.
What I was saying before about the Andromeda galaxy, right? The Andromeda black hole is that when the star eventually dies, it implodes, it gets so dense, so dense and hard and heavy that even when it gets to the black hole, nothing is going to determine it to fall in or disintegrate. There are still stars today that are circular and are going around these black holes that have not completely disintegrated or like imploded into the black hole. The remnants of it is still there. So as much as you want to say, oh, like all stars die, let me tell you something, Renzo, we don't know. They just turn into a different state.
If you say, I don't know if you said it wrong, but you did say when it dies.
Alright, so but die meaning in the sense of that it doesn't have the rays anymore, but the element of that star is still there. Because it's so heavy and dense.
And the element of the star will give us the same form with the projector the same way it does as regular.
See, that's what I mean. See, the Lord part is depending on our sensory senses, right?
As it is now.
It'll just be in a different state, and you're going to tell me things cannot be created or destroyed, right? You're going to use that principle? I'm still along with the science, right? It's going to change state. It's going to change state, correct? So let's show you the consistency of nature of Earth itself.
It won't be in the near future.
Consistency is for babies. Consistency is for babies.
Right, so you gotta, I'm not gonna beat you up here, so I'm just trying to build you up.
No, for showing the consistency of that was only a response to consistency. I like the city. Like, I don't think you got anything else? I actually want to. I ain't gonna go back to that.
Yeah, but we already beat you in that debate. When the debate's going,
Which one I lost? Which one? I thought we weren't taking L's and wins, man. We were just
No. Yeah. Of course.
I'll take a W. That's fine. You don't have to. What are you talking about? If you're doing science, it's tentative. It's a tentative W. You never actually hold on to.
Right, because you never know.
That's true, because the definition of winning can change. And so for anything, I take these. I take the W. I mean, the SART can explode in like 8 minutes from now, and I could be wrong. You're right.
No, I like the discussion before.
I mean, so you play the phone in and out.
No, you play stupid when it comes to these guys who sharks. So I always say that.
I play stupid, honestly, because y'all be saying a lot of like really substance, and like I'm not gonna sit here and explain things to you guys. I'm not gonna sit here because then that's when you guys start trolling, right? And once I start explaining it by saying one thing, if I misspeak about one little aspect, you guys are just gonna harp on that one thing, right? Instead of building and letting that stuff go, you just want to harp on that one topic type thing, and then the build is gone, and then everybody starts crashing out and you're stupid. You know what? I'd rather just have you say bullshit, Renzo. I'm not here to teach nobody nothing.
Oh no, man.
I'm just here to teach. I'm just here to teach a thing. That's it. I'm just here to teach you. That's it.
Grace, bro. I'm gonna give you grace. I just want to be able to fight stuff. I just want to see where it's gonna go. Niggas will go crazy. Like, okay, but since you disagree with evolution, coming from nature, from us evolving naturally, through natural selection and things of that nature, I mean, can you still add that argument of a naturalistic explanation of evolution?
Still personal.
You're gonna have to explain naturalism. Like, we're gonna have to agree on the definition of naturalism, and I think that's gonna be a difficult one.
Okay, how about I just change the wording? How about I mean, we understand nature, so I thought that evolution came about through nature.
I want to finish the distinction. I have a nature, nurture. I have a creator-creature distinction. So my creator-creature, my presuppositions are going to be different from yours.
Right.
Because I believe in a creator.
Actually, still man,
creature.
If I ask you still man life, you should be able to do the same thing earlier.
You can create nature.
That's it.
You know, I used to shout out, I can articulate it like a mute. Sometimes you hear what I know.
What are you doing up here?
What's it look like?
I mean, what are you doing up here? John, you're now one. When was the last time you fought for anyone but yourself?
I have a certain point of view. I have a certain point of view because I cannot disagree with this like physicalist, like that's the paradigm. So it's not so much that I disagree with materialism or physicalism. I just think there is so much idealism that's fine, but that's not the only thing. That's not what's ontological.
That's all right.
It's the physical. There is
Together all the same.
the physical.
This is moment.
I also can't
Go off down here. Go help you know about yourself.
it's the physical achievements that I
If you
feel
are,
like myself.
Lord, I just told you that 19 times just to watch you die when I tell you of this fucking wall.
We're not spending my final hours with you too much bullshit.
You're not a scientific realist because that don't make no sense. Nothing is from your mouth. So anything real is there
the right language, but when it comes to Newtonian physics, right, Renzo? We're not going to use that logic in Newtonian physics that we would for quantum mechanics, right? It doesn't apply. So that logic in quantum mechanics is going to be different than the logic that we use for quantum mechanics, correct? Do you see that? Yes. So the observation, nothing supersedes the observation, right? So we adjust the logic so we can understand the observation. We're not gonna use the logic of Newtonian physics in quantum mechanics. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you, Renzo? Because that's what I'm saying. That's what you are kind of doing, right? You're using the same logic that you're using.
No, it's correct because like what you understood about protons and electrons and neutrons, that goes out the window once you get into quantum physics, quantum mechanics, because you get inside. You understand what quants do. What quants do is actually more important to why neutrons, electrons, protons move the way they do, because it has nothing to do with protons and neutrons and electrons. It has to do with quants. So yeah, it throws a lot of those theories out the window. And we're still in the very early stage of understanding, quantum mechanics. So it's science. It keeps changing. If you want to know this whole question, so scientific argument, bitch. So scientific argument, fossil record. So scientific argument of evolution based on the fossil record. No, fossil. That's lowbrow thinking. There's only one variable, is it not? I mean, it's not the only thing. I'm talking about like comparative anatomy, whatever else we got here. Yeah, that's lower resolution thinking. That's lower resolution thinking. So DNA and all the genetic evidence, that has nothing to do with evolution. You can't use that for evolution. You're saying that's just lowbrow thinking. That's just dismissed.
The reason why we say you're on fossils, yeah, it's like the reason why we say lowbrow is it's not insult. It's not an insult, but it shows progression. It shows learning on time. All you're doing is relying on time. All you're doing is relying on time to begin.
Yeah, so it's basically two different disciplines, right? It's like basically trying to take Bonquisha and using that information to understand like a real normal, right? Information to like determine what a good woman is.
The government is concrete don't understand what's going on, so he tries to add on.
So if you use
concrete was lost, no one's explaining to him what we're talking about.
To try to understand it, good woman, literally have to get a good woman to understand a good woman, not a Bonquisha. Not gonna work. It's like, you're just gonna always come to bad conclusions about good women if you use Bonquisha.
I was just all day to know what's going on with black men. You're not a normal black man. And you're also not a white man. You're just a nigga that wants to be smart. He wants to make sure he lost himself. And you know who wasn't lost? Bonquisha. Bonquisha was here.
So from our research for evolution, the scientific mechanism, when they look at the fossil record, scientists, they study the transition of fossils that display characteristics of different species that could consider together, just like
but that doesn't tell us the conditions, though. That's not going to explain the exact conditions as what's going on. So,
that's what I'm saying. Explain to give an idea of the process of the process of evolution through the fossil record. You can see the changes over time, can you not?
Yeah, now you're making this. You see where you're doing? You're making this a philosophical argument. You're not making this a scientific argument. You're not making this. Yeah, you're not making it a scientific argument. You're wrong.
It's based on science.
No, here we go with this science. What did you think about it?
Think about it.
It's philosophy.
Paleontology is a philosophy of science. No, it's not. It's a science.
No. Ology is science. Ology means science.
Right. Paleontology means the study of ancient life from fossils.
Science is a lot more, though.
Still. Wait.
Science is naturalism.
Naturalism exposes naturalism. Science.
Science is philosophy, bro. What are you talking about? Are you serious?
It's a very rigorous version of philosophy. It's just this particular brand of it. That's all it is. It has certain conditions, like you have to measure shit, you have to be able to repeat stuff. That's all
You have to assume rule. You have to assume, that's a whole bunch of
Nothing natural about guessing how old something.
No, naturalism means that, hey, science says that there's like something, I think where scientists assert that there's like a phenomenon, instead of a naturalistic explanation, rather than a supernatural explanation. That's science.
No, that's not science, dumbass.
Oh my God.
Can someone help me?
Look up the definition of
I'm
it.
not gonna help you.
So here, I'm gonna use another. I tried to cut you off, man. So here, let's do this one quick as an example.
All right. Dumbass nigga not added nothing to the conversation. And y'all keep letting dumbass black men that don't know them and lady labs get concrete now. Concrete all about science. This nigga doesn't know about science. He's a dumbass black criminal nigga. He's a criminal black man. Period. Concrete. I can't even hear you. That's bad. All I hear is blah, 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 blah. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, baby, this. Wow, baby, this.
I'm just saying if y'all agree with this or not. No, science and philosophy are distinct disciplines. While they are related and influence each other, they are not the same. Science is a systematic process of acquiring knowledge through observation and experimentation, while philosophy is a broader field focused on fundamental questions about existence, knowledge, values, reasons, mind, and life.
Yes, no, observation. So after the observation, right, after we collect the data, right, do we get experience from the data or the observation? Yes, the experience is not from the data. The data is just numbers on a page, right? But the experience is where we get the because
Anecdotal.
so
What about matchen even dat er een vriend?
Oh, sure. Those are big ones.
Yeah.
Those are great. There's a really good. There's like. Have you ever been here? It's like, oh, there's like boy groups.
I've never heard of that. I've heard of some yeshiva, boys choir, Miami
favorite one to hear any Biswazi Chazakot. It was a really, really great strong voice. His name is Emil Zriak, and it's just powerful. And then there's this other cover, Roberto Vizcaco. Yaakov. Yaakov. Shabbat Shalom. Yaakov.
you there?
I don't think he's there.
Yeah, I know. I was just trying. Maybe he would.
Yeah. And he hasn't. And I don't know if he's closed the app. Is he still here?
He probably left his phone somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell, that's what we need. Maybe we could get Legend back in here, Jeff.
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh, maybe Lawrence. Maybe you could call Jeff or text him.
Hold on. I'm working on something. Give me a second.
We ended this room. Like, Rita and I left. And I see what's happening here. I'm not really in for this, but yeah, I understand now. Lawrence, thank you. Yeah, is Yakov there?
No.
I suggest everyone just leave. So confused. Wait, were there just people? Is there something? Huh?
any length in this room. What's going on?
Are you there? Lawrence. Lawrence. No, I'm trying to get Lawrence. Hey, Lawrence, can you go ahead and kick this guy from the ring? In the, like, kick the guy and help the court just kick the guy out. I don't have this guy. Foul Steve hands or whatever. Can you check your stuff? Lawrence, can you tell us me to give it to you? Yep.
What's John doing? John, don't regret the rules. I don't see anything. I don't see anything, Lawrence.
Yeah, I love this talk.
Not seeing it.
I think the death penalty, capital punishment.